Yeah, okay.
Good morning, David.
Okay, yes.
Oh, hello. How are you
Hello.
doing? Hello.
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for asking. And how
Yeah,
are you
thank you.
doing?
Oh, good, good. I'm in Japan, everyone. Hello. And
Okay.
it's just 3:40 in the afternoon here.
Okay. So
We
how
have
is the weather in Japan right now?
Oh, it's hot outside.
Okay. Okay.
But very cool in my office.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lovely
So,
to see you, David, and Dr. Andreas as well.
I believe Marcus should be coming soon. Just
yeah.
spoke to him.
Yeah.
Mr. Sakalarius.
Yeah. Mr. Sakalaris will be joining shortly.
Okay, good.
I think he will be joining shortly.
Divya, a small question.
Yeah.
When will our networking session be?
Our networking session will be after an hour. After the
After the keynote
after the keynote talk, it will take around an hour, not more than that.
All right, that's fine. No, because I will. I mean, based on Dubai time, I would need to excuse myself at 12:45 latest because I have to go for a meeting.
Okay. And what is the time right now in
The
Dubai?
time right now is 10:41 in the morning.
Okay. So you will be free by then. I can assure you that.
Thank you. It always helps to know in advance because it's very rude to suddenly disappear.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's a good point. We will just be waiting for some other participants to join, and then we'll be beginning with the conference.
Sure.
Hello. Good morning, Marcus.
Hello.
Good morning.
Nice to meet everyone.
Nice to meet you too, Marcus. How are you doing today?
Pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, we're you can see on my screen to the right of me is Gan, Dr. Gan, and he's a colleague of mine at the same university. So we teach in Japan, in Chiba, Japan.
Okay.
So it's I know it's morning for you guys, but it's afternoon here for us.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It was a pleasure to have you in the conference as well. And thank you so much for joining.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, Enor.
Good morning. Hello, everyone.
Hello. How are you doing today, Enor?
I'm fine too, and I apologize. Just you sent me another link. That's why I couldn't join.
Okay.
No.
I think there was a technical glitch due to which some links were not working. So we really apologize for that. And we are really happy to have you here with us.
Yes,
nice to be here. Yeah. Sorry.
And I thank you that you give us chance to participate in this conference. And I want to say that good luck for everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you
Wishing
so
the
much.
same.
Thank you.
Good morning, Roland. Good morning, Dr. Roland. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
How are you doing today?
Thank you. I just happened to see the link finally. Yeah, thank you. How about you?
Thank you. I am also doing great. Thank you for asking.
Mm-hmm.
So, where are you from? From which country are you joining the conference?
Oh, originally I teach in Korea, now living in South Korea, but right now I'm back at home in Hungary and in Austria.
Okay.
So right now in Vienna, and it's
Okay.
cold. It's really, really cold here.
Okay.
I used to live in Bratislava.
Ah, in the nearby.
So I used to go visit Vienna and what was it? There was a town, I can't think of the name right now, but it was in Austria. I think it was Heimburg.
Yeah, it's also nearby.
Okay, so we are expecting 2 to 3 participants more right now. So we will just begin the conference when they join.
Yeah, I lived in Bratislava in the early 2000s, and I was making Slovak crowns. So when I would visit Austria, it was incredibly expensive because it was on the euro already.
I see. Well, at that time, actually, I was just still studying at the University of Vienna. What is it? I always forget the English name because it's the Wirtschaftsuniversität Wien in German. So the Vienna University of Business and Economics. So I'm very pleased to see everybody here so far, and I hope that the other members also can join.
Yeah, we are also expecting them soon, and we will start the conference in 2 to 3 minutes.
So many technical issues here. Just for the record, maybe if you have a similar problem like I have a relatively new notebook, but I should change a webcam module. Now the webcam module costs like $200-300, and I used until now my own webcam in the university.
Okay.
But right now, okay, how should I solve this situation? Actually, I was thinking that we have our presentations on 8th of August. And I knew only when I was already in Vienna that it's impossible. So I changed my iPhone into a webcam.
Okay.
And that's possible too.
Just a moment.
Despite being a virtual conference, I think it's great to see all of you from different parts of the world.
Yeah, I'm curious where people people are residing.
Yeah, where are they right now? I mean, Marcus, where you stay now?
I'm living in Saitama, Japan, which is about 10 minutes away from Tokyo, where I live, my house, and I'm sure Gan Sensei, Dr.
Aren't
Gan
you living
here.
in Chiba?
No, I live in Saitama.
You live in Saitama? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I live in Saitama and
that.
I work in Chiba with Dr. Gan here, and we're colleagues at the same university.
Ah, okay.
I live about 10 minutes away from Kitasenju, which is in Tokyo, and I'm from America originally. I'm from Boston. I'm doing my doctorate right now in Northeastern through distance learning. And I lived in Slovakia, as I mentioned before. I was teaching for Philip Morris, actually, which is
wow.
Yeah. I think maybe there's some ethical considerations now, but in 2000 I didn't really.
Marcus is a very heavy smoker.
That's right, chain smoker.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. I would like to request all the participants to rename their Zoom accounts in their name, full name, and please turn on your webcams. I would like to request all of you. So now we will begin with the conference. Welcome all of you to Eurasia Research Online Live International Conference. It's a really great pleasure to have you all of us, all of you with us. The event is about to start. So on the screen, we have our today's participants for the conference. Good morning, Maria. How are you?
Hi, good morning. I'm great. I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. And in which country you are residing right now?
So I actually live in the Netherlands, even though I'm from Indonesia. I do a double degree program.
Okay.
Yeah. So currently in Amsterdam.
Amsterdam. Okay. So how is the weather in Amsterdam right now?
It's very erratic, as in like just now it was super rainy, but now there's like we can finally see like some blue skies.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, like it has been stormy like in the past week or so. So yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
This is the same kind of weather we are experiencing in India right now also.
I
Okay.
see. Like it's also rainy and cloudy.
Yeah.
Isn't
It's
it
also
also
raining down.
that much cold over there?
Not that much cold. We are experiencing humid climate more. I can say that.
I see, I see.
Okay. So good morning, Michelle. I would like to request you to turn on your webcam.
Good morning. I don't seem to be, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but your voice is breaking a little bit.
Okay. I just sent an email also to Dr. Charles. Oh, there we are. To Dr. Charles to say that we have internet problems on our side. So we're hoping that when the presentation time comes and we're not active, that you can use the YouTube video. It's myself and Dr. Delport. You will see that we are both presenting today. Fortunately, we work in the same building. So we are able to access you via my tablet.
I'm sorry. I'm going to speak up here just to say that the audio coming
The audio is
is
breaking. Yeah.
unintelligible. I can't understand 90% of it. Yeah, I'm sorry to say.
Okay, I'm going to put my video off. Maybe that'll help. Perhaps is it better if I do this?
No,
Put
it's
the
still
video off. Can you
breaking.
hear me better now?
Your audio is still
Okay,
breaking.
don't worry, we can hear you. So if we need to say something, we'll put it in the chat box.
You can connect with some headphone if you have available right now, so that we can hear your voice clearly. Any earphones or headphones. Okay, so for now, we will move ahead with the conference. Today, we have presentations and participants from around 9 countries around the world: Japan, India, South Korea, South Africa, UAE, Netherlands, Indonesia, Morocco, and Kazakhstan. We are broadcasting this conference on Facebook Live on multiple pages of Eurasia Research, and the links for the Facebook page are given in the chat box. So you can refer your friends, colleagues to see the conference from our Facebook page. So before starting with the conference, I would like to explain Eurasia Research to all of you in a nutshell. So please allow me a moment. With over more than 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavors even during COVID era and have presented the research community with an online platform which was safe and convenient method to continue our passion. We are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarships. Some of our highlights are that we provide scholarship to deserving candidates to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. Young Researcher Scholarship is provided in the form of full registration fee waiver. We have vast experience of publishing papers for more than 7 years. Our associated journals publish original papers, review papers, conceptual framework, analytical and simulation models, case studies, empirical research, technical notes, and book reviews. We cater to more than 30 plus themes in the area of teaching and education and have registered ISSN and have following renowned indexing, Google Scholar, Crosscheck, Authenticate, Crossref, the Keepers Registry, Script, Portico, Road, Directory of Open Access Scholarly Resources, OAI PMH, Registered Data Provider, PKP Index, and we will soon be applying for Scopus too. We have a wide network of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynotes across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hands. We have a large number of committee members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinions and decision-making capabilities. We couldn't have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 15K plus followers on our social media platform, where they share their research and interest, join our Facebook group, and be a part of our discussions by researchers and academicians. We also have several collaborations with universities, colleges, and institutes to better serve all interested and like-minded intellectuals. With great enthusiasm and pride, we would like to announce our latest project, which is the Terra Fellow Program in Education. The program offers an opportunity to learn the key concepts and latest trends in the teaching industry from academic stalwarts. We would like to share some of our past participant experience with you. Thank you for your patience and valuable time. Moving ahead with the conference. I will be your today's conference host, and my name is Divya Devnani. So first, I would like to introduce our Terra president to all of you, Dr. Lion Chelly, Higher Education Executive, retired, Adjunct Professor, Boston College, Chestnut Hill, MA, USA.
I am Dr. Lynn Chelly, and I'm currently the Dean of Graduate and Professional Studies at LaSalle University, as you can see in my background. And I'm currently the president of Terra Eurasia, and I've been involved for multiple years with the organization as a participant, as a speaker, as a keynote speaker, and as the president. And I'm very proud of the organization because it brings people from all over the world globally together to talk about issues that affect higher education and other areas in education and other areas, nonprofits, etc. And we talk about issues and successes, and together we can make it better and make it always be improving. And I always say ever evolving. COVID was very difficult for all of us. And being in administration, I had to assist faculty in an immediate way to pivot from a face-to-face delivery of classroom time to electronic and Zoom and so forth. Many of these faculty members had no idea about the Zoom platform or any other learning delivery modules, the way that they could be delivered. So the administration really had to step in and pivot quickly. And I think overall, and talking to my colleagues across the globe, I feel like they did a wonderful job doing that. I have to say, I don't think it was the same for the students, which is sad. Preschool all the way up through PhD, I think it was difficult. I think it was less difficult for graduate students in master's and doctoral programs because many of those were already online, so there wasn't much of a pivot. But I'm going to say pre-K through the baccalaureate was very difficult, and teachers and administrators were amazing. And I do think our students that lived through that need extra attention, and the research is bearing that out right now. And that's our jobs to try to find ways to make sure that we fill those gaps. I'm going to be very honest. I'm a people person. I'm a relationship person. I thrive on making real eye contact and making real connections with people. I much prefer an on-the-ground conference, a face-to-face conference. I did the keynote for this organization in London last April. I'm doing it again in London. I'm making that commitment to make that trip because I so deeply believe in the relationships and the bonds that are formed, as well as just during the conference, getting to know people and seeing different perspectives rather than just seeing it on a screen. Encourage them to attend a Eurasia conference in general, because I believe in the organization. I'm president of the organization right now. I would encourage them to attend. If they couldn't attend in person for financial or schedule or whatever reason, I would encourage them to attend, but I would encourage them to attend in person first, but always, and I continue to do that, encourage them to attend. Nothing but good things to say about the conference pre-COVID, and last year I did not attend an online conference, so I can't comment on that during COVID, but I can comment on pre-COVID and my experience last year in London. I truly find that the way it's organized in groups and the group work that goes on is different than just to sit and listen, which is what attracted me and why I said yes to becoming president. It's organized in a way where it encourages that collegiality and that sharing of ideas and that sharing not only of the research that you present, but in small groups to broaden that discussion. So the way the conference is organized is well done. Often I can't stay for the whole time because of my busy schedule, but I do stay for the one day that I keynote, and the participation is phenomenal. And other conferences that I've attended, as well as done keynotes, as well as done breakout sessions, they don't organize them that way. Yeah. I organize my breakout sessions and keynotes in other organizations that way, because I feel from my learning styles research that I've done and published on, it's the best way people learn.
So this was our president, Terra president, Dr. Len Shelley. Now I would like to invite our eminent speaker of the day, Dr. Patama Satawadin, Assistant Professor, Bangkok University, Thailand. She has been one of our past keynote speaker also.
So my name is Associate Professor Dr. Patama Satawadin. I'm currently the Director of Master of Communication Arts in Digital Marketing Communications Program from Bangkok University, Thailand. I would personally, I would prefer online conference, to be honest. The main reasons are to convenience and also the comfort for attending like the online conference rather than the physical conference. So it also helps widen like the opportunities for the scholars and also for the students who have got a limited budget in order to travel around, and also who have got like some kinds of the constraints, like for example, like the working load and so forth that they have to manage. So it's quite easier, basically, to attend like the online conference. Okay. Well, I would say yes. I respect the fact that offline conference can encourage the people for like the engagement and also for the participations among like the participants. But for me myself, in regards to like the questions that you have just asked me, arranging conference online can provide participants more convenient and more comfortable. To encourage the interactive engagement and participations between the participants likewise, I honestly feel very enjoyable and impressed when with an interactive and also the roundtable activity and discussions that provide by the Eurasia Research. Always when you arrange like the online conference, you have got like sessions that provide the participants to have like interactive discussions and also activities. So it means that it can help enhance and also encourage more engagement and more participations among the participants while online conference. Okay, so first of all, I would like to express my profound thanks for Eurasia Research for always thinking of me and inviting me as like the keynote speakers for several conference and many conference basically, which helped me a lot in order to open my points of view, my perspective, both in academic and also professional. And with participating like the conference, also I can get like different cultural experience and mindset. So I think that the Eurasia Research conference as such like the golden space for learning and experiencing and also making friends.
Thank you, Dr. Patama, for your feedback. So next is our second eminent speaker of the day, Adam alias Silmi, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Bandung, Indonesia. He is also one of our previous participants of the conference.
Good day, everyone. My name is Adam alias Silmi. I'm currently a final year business student at the School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia. I believe that an online conference is really convenient for me. I can just do it anywhere I want. I don't need to travel to the venue. If I need to attend an offline conference in some other countries, I have to stay at least for 2 or 3 days. But then if I choose an online conference, I can remove the cost of airfare, the cost of hotel, Airbnb, food, and some other costs. So it's a lot more efficient and effective, I believe. Yes, of course. I can always recommend my friends or colleagues to attend an online conference. In fact, I was the one who suggested some of my friends coming from my university to attend this specific conference as it is convenient, effective, and efficient. So yeah, definitely yes. I can always suggest my peers, my friends, my colleague to attend an online conference. I see. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Charles and everyone involved in the organizing this conference. I am so honored to become the eminent person. This conference was arranged greatly, I believe. I found some issue when I was when I was submitting my paper to this conference. Then I talked to Dr. Charles through the email for several times and asked for confirmation, asked for help. So she helped me a lot during the throughout the process. So thank you so much for everything in this conference. I believe I can always recommend everyone to join this conference in any time. That's all from me.
Thank you so much, Adam, for your positive feedback. So moving ahead with the conference. So our conference schedule is divided into 3 sessions. First session will be keynote talk. Session 2 will be team activity and photo session. And session 3 will be technical talk. I would like to request all the participants to rename their Zoom account with their full name in English. This will help us to record your presence. You may ask any of your questions related to the presentations in the chat section, chat section, while the presentations are still going on. All the certificates, receipts, and proceedings will be sent to the participants within a week on their mail IDs, and the proceedings will include all the full papers and abstract accepted by the conference. Moving ahead. So I would like to describe a publication process. The publication process starts once the registration process is complete. The author needs to send their papers, consent forms, and review details on the email ID given on the screen. The review reports will be sent to the author once the review process is over. The final stage of publication starts after receiving the revised papers from the authors. Please note that the publication process takes around 50 days after the conference dates if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the given deadlines. So our first keynote speaker of the day is Ma'am Sita Sargan Ma'am, personal development trainer, lifestyle consultant, motivational speaker, mentor from UAE. Her topic is self-discovery through comprehension of personality type. Sita Sargan is a personality development trainer, lifestyle consultant, and motivational speaker with a background in English, psychology, counseling, including crisis and trauma counseling, hypnotherapy, metaphor therapy, and teaching children with special needs. She is also a licensed practitioner of neuro-linguistic programming from the Society of Neuro-Linguistic Programming USA, a Toastmaster International member for the last 17 years. She is also a distinguished Toastmaster. In 2020, she launched her customized online personal and professional mentoring program, the Nankurs Naisa Mentoring Program. Sita is a co-author of the concept of self-motivation in the book. As a co-author of the motivation book, Women Who Inspire, published in 2021, she has elaborated on the importance of mentors in life and a positive impact that mentors can make in our lives. She has also co-authored the 2021 published book of short stories, Sagas of Destiny, and the same year co-authored an anthology of poems, Reverie. She is also a co-author of a recently published book on leadership, We Are Leaders, Expressions and Experiences. A recipient of Global Training and Development Leadership Award 2017, Exceptional Woman of Excellence Award 2020, and Iconic Woman Creating a Better World for All Award 2020. She was also a recipient of Exceptional Leader of Excellence Award 2021 and Outstanding International Guest Speaker of the Year 2021. Sita was also included in the World Book of Hoisner Queens 2021 as one of the top 100 influential women of 2021. Her training, motivational workshops, programs, and keynote sessions focus on individual development through interactive learning and mutual empowerment. Sita's training programs and motivational sessions also emphasize inner peace, well-being, and participants' confidence. She has conducted corporate, educational, and social service and welfare training workshops and motivational sessions in UAE, India, Seychelles, Canada, and the UK. She has also attended conferences in the UAE, India, Sri Lanka, Singapore, and Italy as a keynote and motivational speaker. Sita has also presented virtual keynote and motivational sessions in conferences conducted in the Netherlands, UK, Austria, Turkey, Thailand, Malaysia, Spain, and France. I welcome Sita ma'am to present her presentation live. Ma'am, your mic is muted.
Sorry about that. Is it time for me to present? Because I think I missed out the last line you had just.
Okay. Yeah, it's time for you to present.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Divya. And I'd like to thank Eurasia Research for the welcome. It's always a pleasure to be here with you all.
Yes,
and I would like to begin with a namaste. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this greeting and what it means. It basically means I see divinity in you, in each of you. So it is recognizing the goodness that each of you have. And I think it's a very positive way to address people. So namaste to all of you.
Namaste.
Now, when we talk about self-discovery through comprehension of personality types, we think about what Carl Jung had to say. He said, the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. Now, my session today is not going to be talking about personality types, because that is something you can actually get onto through your own journey. And I will give you a few tips later on how you are able to find out what your personality is and how does it impact. But today I'm going to be talking more about self-awareness and self-discovery, which is going to enable us to understand ourselves better so that we are able to lead a life of better harmony and peace. So what is self-awareness? Now, when we talk about self-awareness, it's not just about being aware about ourselves. It is a process that we attain through introspection, through self-assessment, and of course, through understanding what we are and why we are here. So how do we discover our personality? The first step I would always suggest is be open, be observant. When we are in a situation, for example, if I'm interacting with all of you or I'm interacting with one of you, let us observe on how our feelings are. How confident are we? Are we accepting who we are as we are communicating with someone? Or are we silently criticizing ourselves? Now, there are lots of ways we are able to observe ourselves. And of course, when it comes to discovering our personality, of course, regarding what type of personality we may have, and we really want to know, like which type of personality are we in? It's always ideal to approach a mental health professional and take an actual personality test. Now, why do we need to begin a process of self-awareness and self-discovery? The first reason I would say is it's about being authentic. I think as in my journey as a personal development trainer, as a lifestyle consultant, I find that one of the key reasons that we are unable, or many of us are unable to find out who we are and how we can become our best version is because we are afraid to be authentic. Now, I'm not sure how many of you would agree with me here, but being authentic is a very conscious step because we are so much led by the environment and people around us that we often ask ourselves that, I want to be like that, I want to be like this person, I want to be. But who are we? Have we ever paused and asked ourselves, who are we? So finding our authenticity is the first step when it comes to getting onto the realization about discovering ourselves and becoming more self-aware. The second one is, of course, finding our life purpose. Now, that is also a process which some of us could take a long time. But I don't need to give any examples here because I'm a prime example right in front of all of you. Because I took quite some time to realize what my life purpose is. Now, life purpose is not necessarily related to your profession. Ladies and gentlemen, it can be very different from what you are doing today. You may be whatever profession you may be in, but if you are finding it not very satisfactory being in the profession you are, which means you haven't yet found out what your life purpose is. Number 3, it's about reflection. Reflection about the past, reflection about where you are today, and reflecting about what you would or want to be in future. And that is, of course, both from personal and professional perspective. The fourth step is about acceptance and commitment to development. Now, when we talk about discovering ourselves, we definitely, none of us are perfect. We have a lot of areas we need to work on to become better. At the same time, we have our strengths. So are we accepting that? And are we committed to working on ourselves so that we can definitely become a better version, a better human being, and contribute better to society? And the next one is about understanding and, I would say, recognizing again our feelings, emotions, desires, and beliefs. Many of us are very hesitant to talk about our desires. What do we desire? But please, the more we are able to accept, able to acknowledge, and able to respect what are our feelings, our emotions, the better we are able to get onto the path of self-discovery and self-awareness as well. So these are some of the, I would say, key areas that we need to focus on, not just for the comprehension of ourselves, but also for greater self-compassion towards ourselves. We are all compassionate to a lot of people, to everything around us. But are we compassionate to ourselves? Are we kind to ourselves? I'd like you all to think about it after the session. The next one is about improving the emotional regulation and effective stress management. The more we are be aware about ourselves and discover ourselves, we are also able to regulate to a great extent our emotional state and also manage our stress better. And like I said, how does it help? Greater empathy and compassion, more effective self-control, more creativity, because the more authentic you are, the more creative you're likely to be, because you are not trying to be like someone. You are trying to be the best version of yourself while learning from others. And talking about learning from others, I think it's a great opportunity for all of us to be here today, because we are getting an opportunity to learn from each other. And also we talk about higher self-esteem. Our self-esteem also will change when we become more authentic. Many years ago, when I was getting on to the journey that I am in today, I had a lot of concerns. One of the concerns was, if I ask somebody a question, will it appear to be very, very silly? Now, today, it's not that I don't ask silly questions, but I'm not afraid. Because it is fine if someone thinks, oh, she doesn't know that. I don't know that, which is why I'm asking you. So by being authentic, we are also able to be more grounded, to be more accepting of the fact that we are far from perfect. And when we discover ourselves, we also work towards, as I mentioned, being our best version as much as possible, because you never become completely your best version. There is always room for improvement. We are also more willing to take risks, work on our skills and passions, understand strengths, and see not just how we can apply them to our professional life, but how can we apply them to our personal life. I think therein lies one of our ways of implementing our strengths into our life completely. Because we often forget that when we talk about strengths, okay, it has to be professional or it may be personal. No, the more we are aware of how we are able to utilize our strengths for our life entirely, it transforms our journey of awareness and discovery. And some of us could also enjoy writing a daily journal. Now, I don't write a daily journal to share my inner thoughts, but I do have a journal to write about what I need to do each day. So it's absolutely up to you, because some people do enjoy writing journals. I used to write journals many years ago, probably in my early teens. But then I think looking back and reading my journals, I found them very boring. Now, I don't have to be so self-critical, but I wondered, should I spend time writing a journal? But today I don't think about it. But some of you might like to take it up. And of course, surrounding ourselves with people who support us. When I talk about supporting us, they could also be just inspiring us. Today, all of you are either directly or indirectly inspiring me. You may ask how. You don't know me. It doesn't matter. Because when you read about someone, when you know about someone, we also listen to someone, we are learning from them. We are also getting inspired by them. So the more we are able to be surrounding ourselves with people who are supportive, who are positive, who do not believe in toxicity or negativity, the greater our chance of discovering ourselves and becoming more aware. In fact, when I talk about becoming and when I talk about self-awareness, my thoughts go to my school days. And as a student, I was never interested in studying. I was never a good student. But ironically, I had always had some of the best performing students as my friends. And I honestly believe today that maybe it was all their association that may have inspired me to be on the journey that I am on today. Not only do I love studying today, not only do I love learning and meeting people and, of course, understanding people, I also find it as a passion. I'm currently doing my PhD, and I'm as a distance learner, and I'm doing my PhD in English. So when we talk about, like I said, surrounding ourselves, with people who support, it's also important to learn from our mistakes as well. What are some of the things you could have done better? And for many of us, connecting with the inner child is also something which we don't think about. Once again, it comes down to authenticity. Because when you are authentic, you are not afraid of probably thinking like a child when it comes to new experiences. Now, when you notice children, they are very, very happy about experiences. They love to look at experiences as something wow. But as adults, we tend to forget that joy we find, that we used to find as a child. So it's important that we connect with that child in us who used to enjoy learning, experiencing new experiences and new situations, and become more aware about the world around us. Ask questions. Build habits that support growth and goals. And practice, please, practice positive self-talk and be kind to yourself. Talking about being kind to ourselves, because many of the times that doesn't happen. We are far more critical to ourselves than we look at the world around us. So show the same kindness that you would show others to yourselves. So how can understanding personality type help? So it helps us, for example, whether it's in your personal life or your professional life, we all are leading something. We are either leading our life, we are also taking care of a family, we are also probably in an organization leading a team, but it helps us how we lead. It helps us understand how we can influence. How can we communicate more effectively? How can we collaborate more effectively? How can we negotiate more effectively? And of course, manage stress more effectively. As leaders, we need to have a wide spectrum of abilities. And in an organization, especially decision-making, the vision and mission, and of course, building effective working teams and ideal workplace environments. All that is one of, or are just some of the key areas that a leader needs to focus on. So understanding personality types, your own as well as others, also can help us build our adaptation skills, manage our anger, and also be more understanding about how we can manage conflicts better. So basically what I'd like to mention here is the fact that understanding personality types is beneficial not just from professional perspective, but from our personal perspective as well. And it helps in greater effectiveness for us to discover, to become more aware, and to become more respectful of the world that we are a part of and of the people we come across. So I would now like to hand it back to Divya. But before I hand it back to Divya, I would love to know if any of you have any questions regarding the session I've just conducted.
Well, not a question, but a comment, if you allow.
Please.
As you mentioned, many of us at the very beginning, actually, we try to resemble somebody. So we find idols all around and so on and so on. Anyway, so this actually happened to me as well. In the high school, everybody was richer than me myself. I was the poor guy in the class, and I wanted to become the same, or had to have the same habits, to have the same pair of jeans, and so on and so on. And then I realized, I was mobbed, obviously, several times. And I moved from Hungary to Austria, so Vienna, and I just faced something different. Suddenly, it was like, oh, why didn't you ask? Questions are for free. In German, it says gratis. So just keep asking. If you have any questions, just keep asking. And then the next one. Who cares what kind of clothes you're wearing? You have that much money, then you wear those clothes. So yeah, I agree with you completely. And one more thing I would like to add, perhaps, that this kind of authenticity allows us also to accept that we fail. It's not just, okay, we are strong and we have only strengths and so on, but also these kind of weaknesses we have inside. And that's what I wanted to say, that I think I'm not much, of course I'm afraid to fail, but I'm not that much afraid than, for example, even my own daughter, who's just 5 years old.
Thank you. I really appreciate Dr. Roland for having shared with us today about your take on authenticity. And please kindly permit me to add to what you had to say. You talked about yourself as a parent. And I would like to mention to you that I believe so strongly and passionately in authenticity today because of my mom and dad. And the reason is my dad had come, both my parents came from very humble origins. And my dad became a very successful entrepreneur. But through it all, he remained very, very authentic. In fact, people back whenever we would travel to India for a vacation would be very surprised to see my dad cycling around the village in his very simple clothes. Because for many, it's not just about whether you're successful. Is the rest of the world seeing you as successful? That is what, for a lot of people, makes the biggest difference. It's not about whether you are successful, but does others know that you're successful? But my father especially was someone who was absolutely fine if no one knew whether he was successful or not, or if even someone thought he was not successful, it never bothered him. So I think, of course, I think it takes a very long time to reach that level of absolute acceptance. But I think the more we are conscious about how authenticity can not just help us, but like you said, Dr. Roland, I think you will also be setting an example for your daughter. Because children are, they're very observant. If I notice my father also was someone who was very conscious about what others thought about him, and is someone else respecting me, then I would also think, oh, you know what? I think that is the most primary important thing I need to think about. But it never bothered him. In fact, there's a very funny incident which I'd like to share with you. He was very hesitant of talking about the fact that he is an entrepreneur and he owned his own business. And once he had gone to an event, it was with his very old Navy colleagues. And someone came up to him and said, oh, yes, so what are you doing now? So he said, I'm working in a company. He didn't say that he was, managing, he's the managing director. He just said, I'm working. And unfortunately for my father, this colleague of his found out from someone else that, oh, you know what he does? He is having his own business and things like that. And he wasn't amused, the colleague. He came and said, why did you say that? He wasn't able to understand why my father chose to not mention it. But he said, why do you want to say that? Just say that you are the owner. And my father said, no, I'm working there. I didn't tell you a lie. So I think it actually goes to prove that the more we are authentic, the less rattled also will we be when people are showing us regard or not regard for what they think you are.
May I add only one
Please.
short comment? Okay, so well, also this is one thing. I mean, what you just mentioned, it's like something that for example, if you take a flight, I mean, this kind of business class, first class, or whatever. Interestingly, okay, I traveled 1 or 2 times in business class, but not because I can afford it, but because I was upgraded. Anyway, the point is, every single time I traveled in economy class, I met more interesting people by myself than in business class. Yeah. And every single, I mean, many times I traveled to Hong Kong. For example, one of the gimmicks, so the shoe brand CEO was there next to me. So we had really, really good conversations. And he said also, why do I have to pay for prestige class if I can come in economy, and it is more interesting to have conversations than having superior food or whatever. He's fine with that. And I said, wow, okay, people are not just up to, oh, I want to show the other people that I fly in prestige or first class or business class, but they just want to be themselves.
It's an interesting point. Sorry, Divya, I just permit me to, or give us 2 more minutes, please. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Roland. I would just like to mention here, because this is a question which I'm also asked when you talk about traveling in first class or business class. I think the same thing applies to also branded goods. So there are many people who believe having a branded good is also telling the world that you have the money to buy it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there are people who believe that no, they have a certain quality, which is why I want to buy that. So when it comes to authenticity, it's also about what are your reasons for doing what you do. So whether you're traveling by economy or you're traveling by business or first, it's absolutely fine if you are aware about what are the reasons behind why you are doing what you do. So if you want to travel by first class or business because you find it more comfortable, you're able to afford, absolutely fine. But are you traveling in business or first class because it means to you that you're setting an impression on others? That is when you have to start questioning your authenticity. So I think, thank you so much, Dr. Roland, for having shared and contributed to what you have, what we have discussed today. Do we have question for one more person, or we do not have, Divya? I don't want to take up extra time.
I just want to ask the rest of the participants, if anybody has any questions related to Sita ma'am's presentation, they can ask. Okay, so Sita ma'am, it was a great presentation, and I also learned something. In life, I also learned some things in hard way, how to be authentic, how to not give a damn about people. You should be true to yourself. I learned it a really, really hard way, but now that I've learned it, I, stick to it, and I remain being my true self, and I don't need to explain to anybody.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much for sharing that, Divya. And I will be putting in my my social media links and my contact details. So if anyone, including my email, so if any of you would like to get in touch with me regarding what we have discussed or any other matter, please feel free to do so. Thank you very much. And handing it back to Divya. And once again, namaste to all of you. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you so much, Sita ma'am. Thank you. So we have new participants joining the conference. Good morning, Abhirup.
Hello, hi, good afternoon. Yeah, good morning.
Hi. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How are you all doing?
I'm great. Thank you for asking. You are from India only, right?
Yes, I'm from India.
Yeah, okay. So we started with the conference and now we will continue. So just give me a moment. So it was a great presentation from Sita ma'am, and really thank you, Sita ma'am, for addressing all of us with your informative and enlightening session. And it was a great pleasure to hear those things, and thank you so much. So our next keynote speaker for the day is Professor Roland Prismazia, Associate Professor at Kwangwon University, Seoul, South Korea. His topic is the changing energy dependency of the V4 countries and East Europe in 2022. Prismazia earned his MSc in Management of Information Systems and Management of Production from Vienna University of Economics and Business, Austria, Europe. He is a dual citizen and speaks Korean fluently. He is a faculty member of the Academy of Advanced Studies, Global Education Center, Kwangwon University, Seoul, since 2012. His teaching spans from the introduction into programming and computer-related subjects for undergraduate students to specialized level programming, data analytics, edge computing at graduate degree level. Besides teaching, he assists bilingual way in their preparation. He assists foreign students at the Kwangwon University. Since 2019, he also supports Korean students in a bilingual way in their preparation for internship, mainly in the USA, within the frames of the K-MOVE project, which is run by the Korean government. His research focuses on policies in higher education, knowledge-driven economies, designing policies for SMEs and startup for logistics, His current research is to create an interactive map that supports a geographical implementation of future policies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions on the road between manufacturers and first tier suppliers that can be applied in most of the countries of the EU. So I would like to welcome Professor Roland to present live in the conference.
Yes, thank you very much. I tried to share my screen. I hope it works fine.
Yeah.
Does it work?
Yeah, it's working. Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay, now, first of all, once again, I would like to express my gratitude to Eurasia Research team, to you as well. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, so sorry for that. So Devnani or Devnani. I'm so sorry for that.
It's right.
Anyway, so I'm really pleased to be able to join the conferences run by you again and again. It is a great help to me as well. Just as mentioned in the opening talks, that an online conference help us to, even if we don't have the necessary budget, for example, or we just let me put it this way. I'm currently having my holiday. I had to join the conference. This is all possible due to online conferences. Otherwise, it would not be available for us. Now, also, please allow me to add my weakness for today. And normally, I'm more prepared. I actually prepared a recorded presentation, but that is like 36 minutes long, and I got a warning email that it should be not that long. And then, okay, you're right, but due to the limited equipment I have here, I could not prepare a shorter one. I was happy to have that single one file as well. So that's why I opted for live presentation, and I hope that this will be all right as well. Anyway, actually, I'm not yet doctor as well. So my dissertation topic is related to the topic which you mentioned, and I'm trying to program it as well. I'm not a real programmer. My background is, however, management of information systems. All right, and I'm into energy sector these days. So higher education I was interested in because of my education background, and then after that SMEs, because I was running a business by myself as well. And then this remained as well, so policy making, policy implementations, politics, basically, interesting topics for me. And currently, what I have here is about the development of the energy generation, energy supply in the so-called V4 countries, that is the Visegrad countries, that is Czechia or Czech Republic, then Slovakia, Poland, and Hungary together. The interesting point that these countries actually share very common issues, and this is since the one-time Soviet era as well. Now, if I already mentioned actually the Soviet era, then I can also say that this has been misused and used by Russia, and largely heavily used or exploited the since 2000. Sorry. If we mention this, then we know that due to the development of energy infrastructure in Central European countries during the communist period, Russia achieved and maintained a huge influence on these V4 countries' energy market and energy security. And with these pipelines, so for example, the Yamal gas pipeline, so the Yamal gas pipeline in Poland, then the Brotherhood gas pipeline to Czech Republic, and so forth. So this friendship pipeline in Hungary as well. The point is that Russia's share in these V4 countries reached like the imported gas was like 99% in Czech Republic, then 89% in Hungary, and then 55% in Poland, and 95% in Slovakia. So, I mean, this energy security level depended on a single supplier that is, if we consider this in this way, I believe that you all know that this is ridiculous. You cannot base your, I mean, as a company, if you have only one single supplier, you know how vulnerable you become. And this is just, yeah, completely ridiculous to think that everything is going to be all right. Now, energy security became a major driver in policymaking and developing the long overdue diversification process as well. Energy security has become even more salient in national energy strategies since the Russia-Ukraine gas crisis in 2006 and in 2009. And then, let me see, yeah, so as Agnieszka Pak-Gurgul stated in 2009, the supplies of 300 million cubic meters per day were ceased for 14 days. Thus, a huge loss actually occurred in the European Union due to this dispute between Ukraine and Russia. And she mentioned that it was like 1.6 billion euro the loss, I mean, estimated loss. And interestingly, at one single country, that is Slovakia, has, as you see here, so has actually, sorry, 1 billion loss was carried or to be accounted for. So that is extremely huge for a tiny country. Marcus, I believe that you know how small Slovakia is, and for a fragile economy, that is really, really a disaster. Now, that's why storage facilities were extended, were built, and so it became more significant or more important to get rid of the Russian influence as much as possible. In most of the V4 countries, the administrations reconsidered their high dependency of the Russian sources due to the launch of special military operations, or we can call it also war. I mean, if you don't mind, in that way, I'm European. Yet the Orban, so the Hungarian Orban administration believes that the situation remains temporary and has initiated bilateral talks with Russia actively, even beyond the start of this war. This is when I actually feel that I'm ashamed to be Hungarian, but yeah, that's politics. We are people, and politics is politics, right? So we can observe that the possible maximum capacity of the natural gas storage and strategic reserves are the highest level in Hungary. This is can be explained by the friendly and careful atmosphere between Hungary and Russia, and at the same time the proximity of the allied country Serbia. And Serbia actually purchases natural gas from Hungary. So yeah, now the Vivo states that were looking for or seeking for solutions actively and to develop also crucial infrastructure such as new interconnectors for preventing a repetition of the crisis of non-delivery of natural gas due to the dispute, or even now, of course, we know war between Ukraine and Russia. Yeah, it's important to mention that there's a significant financial contribution to realize the project of common interest, so also called PCI projects, was provided by the European Union. Now, without this financial aid, most of the PCIs would not have been materialized, and this support can be used for energy security, basically. And the main part of the here we go. So the main part of the subsidy targeted the so-called NSI, so North-South gas interconnections in Central, Eastern, and Southern Eastern Europe. Now, today, the North-South gas interconnections in Central and Eastern and Southeastern Europe, known as NSI, as I mentioned, consists of several main clusters and a number of other small interconnectors that connect V4 countries and also with other countries in the region, for example, with Germany, and in the future with Romania. So there are a few mentionable interconnectors like Stalk 1 with between Czech Republic and Poland, operational since 2011. Yeah, but the problem is it's one directional, so the flow is only available from the Czech Republic to Poland. And now we know that the Stoke 2 was halted, and Russia, because of Russia's gas was so cheap that it was not not rentable, so not how to say that, so it didn't bring the necessary advantage over the advantage of the cheap gas. And now we know that this kind of just now or just in time way of thinking could lead to a problem because now the sanctions are actually do not allow or minimize the gas import, that natural gas import from Russia. And then the next one we could say is the GIPS. Here, that is the gas interconnector Poland-Slovakia, has been inaugurated in on 26th of August a year ago. Also the next one between Hungary and Slovakia, this pipeline, a bidirectional one, and there was thinking of having one more interconnector between Austria and Czech Republic, but the strategic importance was not so high as among actually the Visegrad countries. Now, most recently, LNG terminals were either built. So, for example, in Poland, Świnoujście, I'm sorry for the pronunciation again, and in Croatia, the island of Kirk. In the case of the V4 countries, we define the southern dimension of covering the Middle East and North America, so MENA, and this reflects the existing and our emerging interest in cooperation with the Gulf countries, so Qatar, Iran, United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia, as well as Eastern Mediterranean countries such as Egypt and Israel, with the increasing cooperation of Cyprus and Greece. So to basically cover the demand of these countries for natural gas. Now, the Nabucco project failed. Also, Hungary and also Austria regarded it as a very important project. Unfortunately, a smaller consortium won the tender, and therefore they could not continue this project, or actually could not launch or finish the project, complete the project. Yeah, so very quickly to mention the now ongoing diversification. So there's Czech Republic. In the case of Czech Republic, the state, together with energy supplier, has secured pipeline capacity from the port of Eemshaven in Netherlands, as you see here, which is like, I think, like 1/3, so around 30% of the total imported gas from Russia. And if you remember, it was like 99% was important from Russia. So nearly 1/3 of the one-time Russian gas is covered by this source. Russia's influence is getting mitigated by that. Continue with Poland. Poland is a country that doesn't have any nuclear power source yet, and actually they didn't even plan. So planned and again rapidly terminated the plans, then planned it again rapidly. So now it's more than that. They actually opt for nuclear power sources as well. The plans are already on the way. The policy is also created an atmosphere for that. Whether it's good or not, please, ladies and gentlemen, so professors, you might have a better view or an in-depth knowledge if nuclear power sources the one which we should select. In the European Union, it is now since the last year, as I know, sustainable energy source compared to the fossil energy and the coal, so solid fossils as well. The point is here, of course, the greening and to mitigate the greenhouse emission, and therefore these countries try to find a way at the same time to get rid of the gas, at the same time to get rid of the influence from Russia. And so Poland has now an LNG terminal, as I mentioned, since 2015. Slovakia is about to plan how to build an LNG terminal in Bratislava using the Danube River. And in Hungary now LNG through Greece is available through the pipelines. And Hungary still requested for requested extension of the European Union exemption for more countries fossil supplier, basically, to export Russian origin oil products and gas as well. Yet, if we take a look at this chart, I tried to summarize and I tried to put on the most important facts that these countries still rely heavily on fossils. So first of all, the number what you see here, like up to 94% in Czechia, to 88%. So the development here, the blue line, shows actually how the dependence on fossils and on nuclear power, fossils, so solid fossils and fluid fossils in that way, and basically added all four segments together, changed over the 10 years compared to the renewable energy sources. So the main part is still generated from these fossils, meaning that it is not going to be very easy to reach by 2030 or 2040 the levels actually the European Union is willing to able to decrease or reduce the emission levels. Also, all the other three countries show similar levels, and it's kind of unfortunate. We know that Poland doesn't have, so Poland doesn't have yet a nuclear power source. So that's how I selected these. Okay, now let me skip and let me go to the conclusion. Basically, there is an ongoing shift away from the imports of Russian origin fossil fuels and also from coal. And this the construction of new nuclear reactors were important to be able to find a way to secure energy that is needed for the industry mainly. And so the conventional energy supply source remained the main major source of the primary energy production, and the renewable energy sources have so far remained unimportant in these 4 countries, also with gradually increasing importance due to the push by the European Union. Yeah, so I agree. That's it right now. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that it was an informative session from me as a keynote speech. Thank you once again. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Is that okay time-wise? With sorry, I have a kind of a cold, so my voice is not great right now. As you know, as I mentioned before, I lived in Slovakia, and so I visited Budapest several times, maybe 3 or 4 times. Really beautiful city. During your presentation, you mentioned that
microphone.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You mentioned where did I cut off? So did I cut off suddenly my voice?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So I lived in Slovakia, and I visited Budapest a few times. Very beautiful city. During your presentation, you mentioned that you said you were ashamed to be from Hungary, and then I was curious why is that the case?
Well, okay, let me put in this. People ask me all the time, why did you leave the country? It's so beautiful. Why did you, and so on. Now, I already mentioned when we listened to Professor Sita Sagaran as keynote speech, that I was one guy who tried to follow the others, and I realized it's not going to be okay. Just as our moderator, Ms. Divya Dimnani mentioned, I had a very hard time over there. But I also realized that the political situation, the political situation in Hungary since 1990s influenced my decision to tell the truth. Because of this, how to say, I can say this. So for some reason, Hungary became still. Okay, I exaggerate this, but Hungary remained as a socialist or communist country. I see like that.
I see that. Yeah.
Me, myself, and my family suffered a lot during that time, and I don't think that there is, at least at the moment, there is a chance for change.
I can understand leaving your country because of the political situation. I came to Japan during George Bush Jr. So
okay.
I understand that. Thank you for your presentation. I'm sorry I can't stay longer. As you can tell, I'm a little sick, and my daughter is sick as well. So I'm going to take her to the doctor. I hope
recover and get healthy soon, please, as soon as possible.
That's definitely the goal. So I hope that if my presentation is played, if you have any questions that you wanted to ask me, I'm going to put my email in the chat, because I won't be here for the actual presentation. But if I say something that's a little bit strange and you want clarification, please feel free to email me.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
So I would like to thank Professor Roland for presenting his presentation. Thank you so much. And now we'll move ahead with the conference. So many thanks, Professor Roland, for addressing us with your informative and enlightening speech. And if anybody has any more questions related to his presentation, they can ask. So now we will move ahead with the conference. So this brings us to the end of session 1. keynote talk, and we will now start with the session 2 of our conference, that is team activity and photo session. Let's proceed towards our team building activity. Sometimes we miss the opportunity of connection and linkage with fellow participants of the conference, and this team activity will help us to encourage interaction among all of the participants. So one by one, we will share the views and solutions on the topic of the discussion, and we will also be conducting a photo session during the same. So our today's topic of discussion is how stress affects your body and mind. So now we will play the video presentation.
Stress is usually seen as something we need to avoid. This is not true. We need stress, and we need our body's stress hormone cortisol to rise and fall throughout the day. Stress helps us wake up in the morning, helps us focus, learn, and remember new things. It's when people experience too much stress and start having difficulties coping that stress becomes a problem. High levels of stress can disrupt the natural changes in the body's stress response system and start to affect our physical and mental health. Over time, accumulated stress can result in false FFF response activations. When trying to measure our stress tolerance, the bucket analogy can be helpful. Our stress tolerance, or the size of our bucket, is a product of our genes, personality, and life experiences, and its size varies from person to person. The water in this analogy is the combination of all the stress in your life. We use the coping strategies we have available to keep our bucket from overflowing. They are like taps that allow water to drain from the bucket. Stress can include training, work, school, relationships, finances, moving, changing jobs, or the loss of a loved one. Both positive and negative experiences will affect the water level. A big bucket can hold more water or stress before it overflows. With a smaller bucket, less water is required for the water or stress level to become critical. While you can't change the size of your bucket, you can make life adjustments to reduce water coming in. You can also learn new coping strategies and stress management techniques to allow water to drain out. Mind tools, exercise, quality sleep, relaxation, and sharing your feelings with friends are some examples of effective water taps. Staying up late, sleeping in, drugs, inactivity, procrastination, suppressing or ignoring problems are examples of unhelpful coping strategies or false taps. They might give temporary relief, but actually result in water flowing back into your bucket.
So this was our video presentation on the topic, how stress affects your body and mind. So I would like to invite all the participants to share their views and opinions. So Dr. Sita ji, would you like to share your views?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Divya. And I am yet not a doctor. Okay. I am in the process of completing my PhD, but thank you. Thank you very much. I think what I would like to mention is that stress, no matter whatever forms we are experiencing, and through whatever levels it may be, or through whatever areas, it could be through relationship, it could be through another form of stress. It could even be due to health issues, whatever. I think it's the key management lies in our timely response to tackling it. Yeah. Because unless we are very conscious about how it can harm us, there is a possibility of us trying to shelve it, which is not a good idea. So when we are finding ourselves stressed, or when we are experiencing stress, I think the first thing is to understand what is causing it and what can we do about it. And once we know what we can do about it, I think it's important that we move towards taking that action. Because all said and done, health is wealth. I always try to mention that because it is so key for us, not just so that we are able to do what we want to do, but so that we are also able to help others. So I think that's what I'd like to say here. Over to you, Divya.
Thank you so much, Sita ma'am. So Professor Roland, would you like to add something?
Well, as mentioned, I also had my stress situations, right? Just as everybody. And interestingly, the biggest stress comes not from job, in my case, but from my family, the pressure from my mother, because I live abroad. And I have lived abroad for her. I mean, she's in Hungary, I was in Austria, then in Thailand. I made more business in Thailand. Then I moved to Korea to teach. And now, like nearly 15 years long, I have been in South Korea. So, yeah. Seeing this video, yeah, I believe that we need to find a way how we can deal with stress so that we basically, once we reach the level, we do not start shouting to the other people, but we need to tell, okay, how this is the limit I can bear and not more. And then, okay, shut down. So this is my way. And if I don't shut it down, then I become really, yeah, unbearable as well. So this is also part of self-awareness. If I look at it like that, I think, yeah. We need to find the way how we can deal with situations which cause stress in our life. That's by person to person is completely different.
Completely, yeah. So Andrea, would you like to share your opinion?
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. So first of all, I think we need to accept that stress is part of our life. Yeah, so second, we have to accept that there are things that we cannot change, then things that we can change. So if we don't accept that, I think we will become stressful. If we cannot accept the thing that we cannot change. Well, actually, it's just mind over matter. If you don't mind, it doesn't matter. So sometimes we need to adjust and to accept that this is part of our life. And then I think we are one package, yeah, mind, body, and soul. So to avoid stress, we need to deal with all aspects of our life. Like body, we have to maintain our body to be healthy, because if we are sick or we are too tired or we are exhausted, sometimes it causes a lot of stress. I myself, when I'm so tired or I got a fatigue, my mood change. Okay, so body, and then the soul. Yeah, okay, we need to take care of our soul by listening to the music, reading poem, enjoy the nature, and so on. Well, I think that's my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Andreas. I think acceptance really helps to cope up with the difficult situations also. So really good point. Anul, would you like to add something?
Yes, of course. To my mind, I think stress can cause our mind and the body symptoms, and like problem concentrating, headaches, body pain, and trouble with sleeping. I think that every person faced with this problem as stress, and also in their private life or their work. And also I had an experience with this stress, and 1 year ago my husband lost his parents after a car accident, and it was very stressful situation for both of us, and also it affects his health, and he had some health problems, and also I had support from my side, and now we are coping with this problem. Like this, every person in life had faced with this problem, and also as it's life, and we have to be patient, and we have to be patient, and also support each other, and we can solve our problems.
Yeah.
That's all, and it was my opinion.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing your opinion, Anur. So, Abhirup, would you like to add something?
Yeah, sure. I would probably first like to start with the video itself. Maybe it's because of me being trained as a folklorist, I just cannot take the structure of something like out of the context. So I don't know if you observed, the female character was shown with a very slouched bucket, while the man was always shown with the small bucket, right? So it kind of also highlights another aspect of how we perceive our surrounding.
Yeah.
So like, while on one side you can kind of analyze that by understanding it that the women in the society in general has to bear much more stress than as compared to the man, right? Which is one side of it. Or otherwise you can also look at it in a way that maybe the cartoon's trying to say that a man is better at handling stress than the woman, which is again a problematic situation, right? So I cannot take the structure out of the context, maybe by virtue of what I do, but having been a listener on an online platform for the last 7 years, and then also my mother being a practicing psychotherapist, I have witnessed people going through varied amounts of distress and issues that they find difficult to deal with. And most while I said, building upon the premise on acceptance, right? While that becomes one of the primary reasons for stress in today's time, what I have encountered personally is the ever increasing complications in terms of the relationships that we are creating today, be it our personal relationships, the social peer group relationships, or even international relationships, right? Like with what's happening between Russia and Ukraine, what's happening in India itself, between in Manipur, the situation in Manipur now, the recent upsurge in Haryana, right? So we can kind of see that these kind of situations develop through different kinds of relationships that you're forming at today's time, right? So I think the premise of acceptance becomes very crucial, like quite crucial in terms of dealing with, reducing, as well as understanding how stress works in today's time. So I think that will be my opinion, as in to be more acknowledging, to be more accepting and welcome to differences, rather than promoting how similar we all are. We should rather be open to accept that we are all different. And it's perfectly fine to be different. And this will probably lead to better relationships, and therefore, lessening of the amount of stress that we have in today's time. That's my opinion.
Thank you so much, Abhirup, for your opinion.
Can I please add to what Abhirup has just said, Divya?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Abhirup, I liked the manner that you had observed both how the figures were drawn, the lady as well as the man in that video. And I think whether it is consciously or unconsciously, there is still a lot of patriarchy and also other forms of bias that tends to bring in a change in how we not just perceive, but how we project what we do, whether it's through our work or through art. And I think it is something that will take time, and I think it starts it starts all from the home, I believe, from family. Because the more we are made to feel conscious about the importance of having no bias when we are a child, it is easier for us to grow up into unbiased adults.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Abhirup. I appreciate that input that you have shared.
Thank you so much for your feedback. I appreciate that.
So thank you so much. Michelle, Dandri, and Elizabeth, would you like to share your opinion?
Okay, I hope we're more audible now. Can you hear us
Yeah.
better? Fantastic, yeah. Well, stress is, for instance, now this morning logging on and realizing that you can't hear us. That, so stress comes and goes in the day, just as it was said that it happens. But I do realize from a personal point of view, when I start craving a lot of tea, I know I'm under a lot of stress. And I read somewhere that is a natural detox, or for the, what's that, cortisol? It's a natural cortisol reliever to drink tea. So I know when I'm in that zone. And also, yes, it becomes dangerous at times when it affects your sleeping pattern, especially. And especially if you are a person, because also personality types that have experience stress differently. If you're the personality type that overthinks, just as a personality type, you are more inclined to have stress problems. So that's, and that's typically a scientific, well, personal science has a lot of that. But otherwise, stress here, I would say, is when a student writes, is when you start marking tests. And you see after the first and second and third one that you're marking that is not going well, then you stress.
Yeah.
But otherwise, everything, yes, on our side, everything is normal stress. And yes, we need it because it brings out our best.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So Michelle and would you like to add something more? Elizabeth and Michelle.
Elizabeth is here? Elizabeth?
Yeah. Elizabeth, would you like to add something?
No, I think Michelle summarized it perfectly.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we on constant stress in our surroundings, where we have to live with load shedding and
potholes
and other things. So it's a constant, and we cope
But we
with
can
it.
joke about it.
Yes, we do
Yes.
joke a lot about it. And yeah, we are tested, our resilience it's tested daily. So we're slowly getting used to it.
Yes.
Okay. So Danvi would like to add something?
Danri, what is stress in your life?
I have some physical symptoms when I stress. My gut, they must say there's a connection between your brain and your gut, or actually the brain-gut connection, whatever they call it. So sometimes I feel it in my tummy. I feel the nervousness and so, but I've got a great circle of friends, and I've got 2 cats that is adorable, and they are my savior, and they are my safe place, and so I try to deal with it in that way.
We all have cats.
Yeah, we all have cats.
Okay.
They keep us happy.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for sharing your opinion. David, would you like to add something?
Yeah, but I sure wish I had some cats. My wife won't let me have any right now. But they do a lot to take the stress off. I just finished doing my doctorate earlier this year, and it was the worst experience of my life. And it was a very, very stressful experience. And it was more stressful than it actually needed to be. Long story. We won't go there, but I think the thing to remember is that, yeah, you don't have to go through these experiences alone. And when you are experiencing trouble that is arising from, say, an institution, that you don't have to think that the people in the institution are heartless. Many of them are very sympathetic and will respond to your calamity or your needs or distress when when it's explained to them where it's gone wrong, right? And so don't have to feel alone.
Yeah.
You know, it's very important at some point. I mean, you don't want to be the kind of person who's, you know, suddenly crying out every time something happens, but when it does finally reach, you know, a breaking point, or maybe before that, point, yeah, it's important to be able to discern the difference between what normal stress is and between what I'm experiencing is actually outside the bounds of what's appropriate, you know, what I should be asked to handle. And at that point, you know, you have to be able to swallow your pride a little bit and say, no, this has actually gotten bigger than I'm able to continue handling, and I need some kind of you know, assistance from the institution at this point. So there you go.
Okay, thank you so much, David, for sharing your experience with us and sharing your views on the topic. Maria, would you like to add something on the group discussion topic?
I mean, sure. I don't have like we've talked about how stress affects your body and such, like how it can cause like physical reactions, for instance. So and that's been the case and like the stresses I've experienced in my life. And so and yeah, I would just like to add to like probably the things that that what works for me in handling stress, because I've also like been writing down advice from like hearing the conversations in the room. So for example, from David, I learned how that, you know, like we don't have we have to like differentiate between like what's a normal level of stress and like what's already not normal. But and also like from Sita, I learned that it's a constant journey of like self-reflection, and I think that like how I do it is more towards that way. So sometimes I'm stressed because of thinking about because my mind immediately jumps to the worst immediate conclusion. And that's a really dangerous like train of thought to have, I think, because like once I go down that route, then like I just think like, oh, it's all gonna be ruined. But so yeah, I like how I do it is I try to like write it out, and I try to just like, for example, like connect with myself, like what am I feeling, why am I feeling this way, and like what is the worst outcome possible that I am like afraid of that it's causing the stress, and like see where like that outcome is like really whether that is like the most possible like turn of event that's going to play out, which most likely it isn't. So but yeah, you know, like and then like I will just like write to myself like how I would deal with like the other scenarios, and that usually like helps me to connect with myself and yeah, like be more grounded in my body. Because yeah, when I do get stressed, I get really anxious and like I feel it in my stomach, like it gets sick, and also like my heartbeat gets faster. So yeah, that's at least like that's how I deal with my stress. But like also thank you for this discussion. I learned new things also from like the other participants as well. So yes, that's for me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Maria, for sharing your views. And to conclude, I would like to say that we need to find ways. Every individual has different ways to cope up with their stress. So we need to find some stress busters. Like for me personally, I would like to listen to some music or do some yoga or some exercise to, you know, really, to cope up with the stress, or talk to someone who will understand my feelings or why I'm experiencing that stress. So that helps me. And I think everybody has their own way of dealing with the stress they experience in their lives. So thank you so much, everyone, to share your views and opinions. So now I would like to request all the participants to turn on their webcams so that we can have the photo session activity. Okay, so thank you so much, everyone, for this lovely group discussion. And now, I really apologize for the extended bit, but now this brings us all to the end of session 2. And now we will begin with the session 3 of the conference, that is technical talk. So our first presenter of the day is Dr. Danry Delport, Department of Mathematics and Physical Sciences, Central University of Technology, South Africa. Her topic is the use of math manipulatives as multisensory tools in introductory statistic courses. You may read the abstract from the screen given.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, Danry, we can hear
Okay,
you.
thank you. My abstract is as follows. Many students in social sciences have negative attitudes towards statistics courses, which are often excessively rigid, abstract, and employing teaching approaches that take much of the fun out of learning. A great deal of research has shown that the human brain learns and performs better in situations where information is integrated across several sensory modalities. Research also shows how multisensory teaching approaches are valuable in the learning of language and literacy, as well as for children with learning disabilities like dyslexia. Furthermore, many research studies have pointed out how math manipulatives contribute to students' experiences by providing them with hands-on and concrete learning experiences. Currently, there seems to be a lack of research that incorporates math manipulatives as a multisensory teaching technique in introductory statistics courses. The purpose of this research is to investigate whether the use of math manipulatives as a multisensory teaching technique has an impact on students' academic performance in Statistics 2 at the South African University. A non-equivalent pre-test post-test design was employed to see if the post-test performance of students exposed to the multisensory teaching strategy differed from that of students who received traditional instruction. The results of the study showed that students who were exposed to the multisensory teaching technique using math manipulatives achieved higher scores in Statistics 2 than the students who were taught through traditional instruction. The study has significant implications on education, specifically for introductory statistics and probability.
Thank you so much, Danry.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Delport from the Central University of Technology, South Africa, and my discussion topic is about math manipulatives in the statistics classroom. So when we start with this, I found over the years, I've got 25 years teaching experience, and I don't think it's just me, I think there's a lot of other educators and lecturers as well, that students hate statistics and they have very negative attitudes towards statistical subjects, often because these courses are too rigid and abstract, and students are expected to immediately make sense of new statistical concepts. However, not all students are able to understand key statistical concepts immediately or at the same time. So, multisensory education suggests that most people use 5 senses to interact with the world around them: sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. And multisensory education is an instruction method which uses visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and tactile ways to educate students. That is according to Taljaard 2016, page 48. Educators need to include at least 3 learning modalities in their presentations to meet the needs of most students. What is math manipulatives? According to Zondakis 2019, it is any concrete physical object used by teachers for math instruction with the purpose of helping students understand math better. Why is this approach so important? Well, first of all, one should look for new strategies to reach each and every student. The multisensory approach maximizes the use of many senses, particularly seeing, hearing, and feeling. And then again, people learn better when information is integrated across several sensory modalities. The learning theories of Piaget, Brunner, and Vygotsky support the use of multisensory teaching techniques. According to Rains, Kelly, and Durham, multisensory approaches can facilitate development in general and math-specific by providing tools for the student to relate to until they fully embrace the concept. So far we found two important aspects. Math manipulatives contribute to students' understanding by providing them with hands-on and concrete learning experiences, as well as multisensory teaching is highly effective in language and literacy acquisition. However, there's a lack of research regarding math manipulatives in statistics courses. Now, when we look at the literature, Jones, and Jones, the year 2000, argue that the visual modality is nothing short of phenomenal. Hence the saying, a picture is worth 1,000 words. We all know that. Auditory learners need to hear themselves speak when they are learning. Some people need to talk through their notes, while kinesthetic refers to perceiving through touch and an awareness of body movement. That is according to Gibran, 2012. Then, if we think back in history, one of the earliest forms of math manipulatives is the abacus counting board. And recently, there's more modern forms of math manipulatives, for example, that I use in my statistics classes. I will go there with my deck of cards, maybe 2 dice and coins. And then the students can feel these subjects and they can come to the front while they interact with these math manipulatives. So the purpose of my study that I did was to investigate whether the use of math manipulatives as a multisensory teaching techniques could positively affect students' academic performance in a statistics-related subject at a South African university. That was obviously done by CUT. So the research question was, are the post-test scores of students, that is in statistics 2, who received the multisensory teaching with math manipulatives, were those scores different from those of students who received traditional instruction? And that group of students was business statistics at our university. So the research hypothesis was set out, the null hypothesis said that the post-test scores in statistics 2 is equal to the post-test scores in business statistics, while the alternative hypothesis stated that the post-test score in statistics 2 is different than the post-test score in business statistics actually. Okay, so the significance of the study. First of all, it considers both the multisensory teaching approach as well as math manipulatives as a supplementary teaching technique. Furthermore, math manipulatives contributes to students' experiences by providing them with hands-on and concrete learning experiences. And finally, it supports students' use of visual, tactile, and auditory interactions. So the research methodology that was employed in this study, it was a quasi-experimental approach within a quantitative research paradigm. I've made use of non-equivalent pre-test, post-test control group design involving an experimental group and a control group of students. The population consisted of 98 third-year CUT students who were enrolled in the National Diploma in Cost and Management Accounting and Internal Auditing. The two subjects was business statistics and statistics 2, and the quantitative data was obtained using 2 self-developed instruments. That was just the pre-test and the post-test. So there you can see I've set it down in 2 groups. The experimental group was 55 students and the control group was 43 students. The experimental group took statistics 2, while the control group had business statistics. And the statistics 2 group, which was the experimental group, they received the multisensory instruction, while the control group just received traditional instruction. So I didn't, for those group of students in the control group, I wrote all the probabilities, for example, down on the board. What is the chances if you throw a dice to get 1 dot or 3 dots on the dice, on the face of the dice? So I explained just on the whiteboard by writing down the probability, while the experimental group, I actually took the cards out and the dice and the coins. So they came to the front and they could touch the subjects and feel it and interact with it. So for the data analysis, an independent sample t-test was performed to compare the mean differences. And for the control group, the mean was 68.84, while for the experimental group, it was 67.87. The t-value was 0.3731 with a p-value of 0.7099. And I also made use of a non-parametric Mann-Whitney test. There you can see the parameters z equals 0.0358 and the p-value was 0.9681. So because the p-values are non-significant, both groups were assumed equivalent. Then with the post-test from the data analysis, there was a significant difference between the control group and the experimental group. You can see the p-value is far less than 0.005, and the results of the Mann-Whitney test further confirmed that, with z equals 3.80 and the p-value was significant at 0.0014. Therefore, the null hypothesis is rejected, and we can conclude that there was a significant difference in post-test scores between the two groups of students. So the findings of this research suggests that the difference indicates that the multisensory teaching approach that was supplemented with math manipulatives may have had a positive impact on students' academic achievement in the module statistics too. And then finally, the conclusion. Research points out that multiple representations, which include visual, auditory, as well as kinesthetic modalities, are beneficial in the learning of mathematics. The multisensory teaching approach employed in this study focuses on the introduction of math manipulatives to explain statistical concepts. After analyzing the data, it was observed that students who received the multisensory teaching strategy, supplemented with math manipulatives, performed significantly better in the post-test than students who only received traditional instruction. However, a limitation of the study was the small sample size of 98 students. As such, the findings of this study may not be generalized to all statistics students at all other universities. So that is that. I thank you all for watching.
Thank you so much, Danri, for your presentation.
Good day.
Thank you. Are there any, let's see. Are there any questions?
I don't know if I have any questions because it's awfully technical, but I certainly do appreciate it. It has some similarities with my own topic today too. So I was very interested to hear about the use of I would say props or physical things in the classroom like cards and dice and things like that, because I also work along those lines, and I think it is very important that what I call a sort of gestalt approach to it, that is the mind body, involving both the physical space and the physical relationship to the topics.
Thank you so much, David, for sharing your view. And thank you, Danri, for sharing the presentation. It was a wonderful presentation. And if anybody else have any questions related to her presentation, they can ask her. Okay, so if anybody has any questions, they can put in the chat box, and Danry will sure answer your questions. So we'll move ahead with the conference. So our next presenter of the day is Dr. Michelle Erasmus, Department of Mathematical and Physical Sciences, Central University of Technology, Bloemfontein, South Africa. Her topic is MATLAB Live Script and its application in civil engineering education. So you can read her abstract from the screen given.
Would you like for me to read it out loud, or was everybody reading it to themselves?
Everybody is reading it to themselves.
Thank you.
So moving ahead with her presentation.
Good day, this is Michelle Erasmus. I am the math lecturer at the Department of Mathematical and Physical Sciences at the Central University of Technology, which is in Bloemfontein, which is in the Free State, which is in the center of South Africa. I will be presenting on behalf of myself and my co-author, Professor Theron. We are reporting on MATLAB LiveScript and its application in civil engineering education. Why MATLAB LiveScript? MATLAB LiveScript platform is an alternative to the command window and presents a way forward for engineering mathematics presentation as it combines MATLAB code with formatted text, equation editor, and images in a single interactive script environment suited to the use of a first-time coder. The usual MATLAB platform, the command window, is not as suited to first-time users and involves the writing of an M code and other aspects. So the LiveScript is a very easy platform conducive to the first-time user. What happened before and during lockdown? MATLAB interaction entailed classroom-bounded demonstrations in the command window, which was now before LiveScript, and this cannot be saved. Although a savable M script can be executed in the command window, this form of instruction would have required more coding know-how, and this was not possible on account of the venue and time constraints, as it was included in the maths subject and the time was used for theory, etc. With lockdown, all subject material was delivered online, which excluded MATLAB use, and all calculations were restricted to those that can be performed on paper. Technical content in civil engineering, such as the calculation of deflection under variable weight distribution and the calculation of hydraulic head and groundwater flow, was truncated to problems which students can solve on paper and did not really represent realistic situations. What happened after lockdown? Lockdown inspired exploring alternative ways to deliver high-quality subject content, both on campus as well as online. As the Central University of Technology is in possession of a MATLAB campus license, all civil engineering students have access to the software, and they can access it from any computer with an internet connection. So MATLAB is available online. Students can also download it to their devices, but as it is a very large folder or a very large software component, it takes up a lot of space, and not all students have devices that can carry that type of memory. The LiveScript app within the MATLAB software made the transition to an interactive manual possible, which enables students to self-teach theory and application with the necessary coding to solve more realistic but complicated problems from anywhere. The online LiveScript manual is subdivided into chapters containing course content which students access by logging into their MathWorks account and opening the script chapters which they have downloaded from their student Blackboard platform. The chapters initiate with theory content, derivation of formulas, and demonstrate these through examples which are hand calculated in the text mode area, as is the case with a formal textbook. So the students experiences the textbook environment. The text area flows into the coding area where the same manual calculations are executed in MATLAB code. So students can see how to calculate these equations. Students can interact by changing the variable in the code to solve similar problems and can experiment with variables required to achieve a desired outcome. Students are required to perform hand calculations during assessments, and more such problems are included in the script files, where students can compare their output with the code output. So they can still do the hand calculations, they can then code the problem and see if the output of the script is comparable to their own solutions. If it's not, then they can always go and have a look and see where they might have made a mistake, or they can have a look at the code. So it's a learning process both ways. Real-world engineering problems, however, are mostly unsuited to hand calculations on account of the cumbersome, time-consuming calculations they entail, and they do require a coding intervention. This is where the interactive platform reaches its goal, as classroom calculations flow into real-world calculations without loss of the necessary theory. The following example demonstrates exactly this. They do the beam equation. Now we also have the well problem, but we will only do the beam equation in this presentation. Calculating deflection under an uneven weight distribution requires solving a fourth-order differential equation using the Laplace transform. Typically, for a simply supported beam of length 7.5 meters with a sandbag load distribution shown in this figure, the differential equation is given by the expression that you see down here, right? It's quite a complicated expression. It looks quite wild. But all this theory was explained in the same notes that you will see on the next page. So the complete theory is there, worked out examples is there. So by the time they reach the example, they already know what the fourth derivative is. They already know what EI is. EI just represents the material this beam is made up of. Is it steel? Is it wood? And of course the shape of this beam. Is it rectangular, solid? Is it hollow? Or is it an I-beam? All these have relevance on how this beam will deflect, and all this theory is built into the parts preceding this example in the live script. Now, realistically, there would be the three weights that you see over here. They, of course, are also introduced to the Heaviside function, which is a modeling function that is used to show where something starts and stops. It's a starter and a stopper. If, for instance, says the first weight starts at 0 and ends at 3, which you can see here on the right-hand side of 1.5 kilonewton. The next weight starts at 3 and ends at 6, etc. So all these modeling aspects students are taught in the text beforehand. You are also given boundary conditions, which will depend on how this beam is affixed at the ends. As it is simply supported, it has the structure down here, which is also explained in the text that precedes this section. In the next page, the time hand calculations required to solve this equation, if you now use Laplace to solve this equation, is unsuited to classroom environment and assessments, etc. And you would ideally just truncate it to the inclusion of only one weight on this beam. For instance, you would say, let's just truncate it and put on W1, just the first weight. Leave the other two out for now. Boundary conditions remain the same as the situation remains the same otherwise. This is what students see when they download the livescript.mlx file from their Blackboard platform, and they now access it through the MATLAB online software app. This is what they see. MATLAB has a ribbon, and in the top ribbon you can see how you can toggle between text and code, all the other things that they can do, that the text has an equation editor, but when they open it, the full theory will already have been executed in the text mode, so they can just read through the theory, they can have a look at the examples, etc. And as they go down with a script, it runs into problem calculation where the explanations step by step take them through all the steps of how the Laplace transform in this case would be used to solve this beam equation if you only included W1. It is then naturally followed by the code mode, which is part of this script. So it naturally flows from text to code, where it now executes the code in solving this beam deflection equation. The other aspect that they are shown or is included in the theory beforehand is that a beam, depending on what it's made up of, has a maximum deflection allowed before its integrity is compromised. And this is defined by the length of the beam divided by 250, depending on what the beam is made up of. The 250, I think, is related to steel. And then there's another factor for wood, etc. Also shows how to physically or graphically represent the deflection so that when they execute the code, they can see with regards to the integrity compromise maximum, where is this beam going to deflect to? When they run it with just the first weight on it, just W1 on it, they will see right. The deflection is inside the integrity bounds. Here where the red asterisk is where it shows where the integrity would have been compromised, so it is well within limits. Now this would usually be the end for the student in this exercise. He would now move on to solving other problems. But because it is MATLAB code that you can interact with, the student can now see, right, I can keep exactly the same format of the code, and I saw how W1 was entered. So entering W2 and W3, all three weights that's on that beam, is now an easy task, and you just add them to the differential equation expression. Everything else remains the same, and when the student now runs this code, you will see how it changes matters. Now the deflection has exceeded the integrity, the distance that it will compromise the integrity of this beam. This beam will probably suffer breakage. So this makes it a bit more realistic. They can also go back to the code, they can change aspects, they can change the material, the EI factor in the beginning of the differential equation. They can see how will a different type of beam react under the same conditions. So this makes it very intuitive. The students get a better understanding of what they are doing and what this Laplace transform does. Conclusion. Coding civil engineering mathematics contents as a live script manual enhances learning. Students also acquire a useful coding skill in addition to learning theoretical and practical content, so it's a 2-in-1. The beam deflection example shows how mathematics theory is maintained while the student experiences with real-world simulations, which leads to a more comprehensive understanding of content. It must also be stated that the script chapters are conducive to self-learning to a large extent should there be another lockdown event, as it takes you through the paces and everything is available. The student needs to just open the script, the text is the theory is there, examples are there, the code is there. It's not it's not more work to go and access an alternative platform to perform the calculations, etc. With LiveScript, even mathematics contents can be served as an application subject. Before this, mathematics was very much perceived as a standalone subject, as the content would only extend, well, it will only be, it will be more theoretical based. So the concept will be explained and the concept will be tested, not so much its practical application in the engineering field. And the other thing that's quite useful is that these scripts can be saved to or exported to either a Word or a PDF document for offline use. So if a student does still prefer to have this as a printed version, he can download it as a Word file or a PDF or directly to a PDF, and he can have himself a copy printed. So you don't always need internet access except for the coding bits, of course, but otherwise you can have a hard copy. Thank you for listening to this presentation. I hope you found it interesting. From myself, Dr. Erasmus, and Prof. Ron, I hope to see you again at a following conference.
Thank you so much, Michelle, for your presentation.
Thank you.
So if any of the participants have any questions related to her presentation, they can ask. Okay, so if anybody has any questions, they can put their questions in the chat box and Michelle will answer your questions. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter of the day is Dr. Elizabeth Konardi. Department of Mathematical and Physical Sciences, Central University of Technology, Bloemfontein, South Africa. Our topic is equipping students with a real-world problem-solving skill in mathematics class. You can read the abstract from the screen. Okay, moving ahead with her presentation.
Good day, I'm Dr. Michelle Erasmus. I'm a lecturer at the Department of Mathematical and Physical Sciences at the Central University of Technology in the Free State, which is in the center of South Africa. I'm presenting on behalf of myself and my colleague Dr. Conradi from the iGym in equipping students with a real-world problem-solving skill in the mathematics class. The inclusion of the innovation assignment in the maths class comes from students asking, why must we solve X? This originates from the fact that other engineering subjects are applicable, but maths is perceived as a standalone subject as it doesn't address an engineering problem as such, but rather the techniques required in doing so. Students are, for example, taught how to differentiate and integrate, calculate a Fourier series or a plus transform. All these are wonderful mathematical tools, but they are not shown where it is used in practice. So in answering this question, students are reminded of the processes involved in problem solving in general and not just in the mathematics class. You first of all have to identify a problem. You need to choose the correct tools from a basket of experience. Now, for instance, the ability to differentiate and integrate, Laplace transform and the Fourier series. These might be, again, what is required in the basket of another subject. You solve the problem, and of course you need to evaluate the solution's viability, something that's very important in the engineering field. We subjected students to the thinking processes that were now described before, and also in trying to address the question, why must we solve X? By incorporating an innovation assignment into the maths syllabus together with regular maths assignments. The inclusion will also address the requirement made by the Engineering Council of South Africa that students must comply to problem-solving graduate attribute at exit level. The Maths Innovation Assignment therefore serves as a front runner to this, where EXA requires the innovation to be directed towards their field of study of electrical, mechanical and civil engineering. The maths is mere a novel innovation exercise, as these students are only halfway through their course. The methodology involved, we piloted this inclusion in 2019, where we aligned the topic with the water shortage in South Africa at that time. Students were given 4 weeks to realize an idea. They could work in groups of 5, and they could consult with myself or with Dr. Conradi at the Idea Gym. Students had to populate a 5-slide PowerPoint template which had to include the product description and the first 3 milestones of a business plan. Also need to say that students did not have access to any other forms of information prior to this innovation assignment. So the business plan, they had to figure that one out for themselves. Product description, they could come and talk to myself and Dr. Conradi. There was some assistance with the business plan. Dr. Conradi did appoint persons that could address the students, but it was voluntarily. Students presented a total of 20 innovations at the end of this exercise, and it was presented to a panel containing engineering staff and industry. Students had to do the presentations themselves using their PowerPoints, and the presentations were graded by the panel, and the mark contributed 10% towards the course mark. Must also put in at this point that the panel also graded the innovation itself at this point, and not only the management of it. In 2020 and 2021, the topic was aligned with refuse repurposing and interventions for those living with special needs. But as it was locked down and limited access to the internet was experienced by most students, and they also could not access each other, students were given an alternative assignment that they could also do another mathematics assignment instead. All the students chose the additional mathematics assignment instead, and no innovations were submitted. With the return to campus in 2022, the topic was aligned with improving an existing everyday product, which was very relatable for students. They were told to identify a product in their everyday lives that can do with re-innovation. Examples such as the umbrella was given, and a roll of sellotape. We've all had problems finding the beginning of the tape. Students were given 4 weeks to realize an idea. Groups of 3 were allowed, or they could do it individually. They could consult with myself and Dr. Conradi, but as an addition, they were also given access to the Product Development Station and the Center for Sustainable Smart Cities on campus. The students had to populate a 5-slide PowerPoint again with the product description, same as before, but this time we wanted them to also compare the product with other similar products, either via, and also state whether theirs was different or how theirs was different, and if it was a financial difference or a construction difference. The 3 milestones for the business plan was reduced to only the first milestone, because we could see from the previous management that students did not have the necessary skill to do a proper 3 milestone plan. Students submitted the PowerPoints containing over 100 novel ideas. This was a very lucrative topic students that could associate with this topic. Myself and Dr. Conradi graded the PowerPoints, which counted 10% towards the course mark, but we only graded the management of it and not the innovation itself, as it was regarded as being a little bit unfair to innovate a product within 4 weeks. So it was all about how the students described the product, how much effort they put into that, etc. After the grading, the innovation assignment was completed and students moved on to other assignments. But the best 10 products, the students with the 10 best products were asked if they would, on a voluntary basis, would like to enter their products or their innovations into a formal competition. They were also given presentation skills so that they would be able to do this on the right level. As we saw in the previous years, that students battle with presentation as such. So they were given help in this regard. Also, they were told that if they did forward their products, that there would be a money and pocket reward for the winners, as well as furtherment opportunities. And all these made students very excited about the prospects. They all 10 students whom were asked if they would continue did. In 2023, we perfected the recipe even more. We did exactly the same thing as in 2022, but we made the visits to the technology station, the PDTS and the CSSC compulsory. In 2022, it was not compulsory. It was placed there to help students to be able to do a better product development, financial, in managing the first milestone and so on. But it wasn't compulsory. These were things that they could explore. Because we saw once again with all the innovations submitted in 2022 that there is a problem with the aspects of calculating costs, how to prototype a product, how to draw a product, all these aspects, we decided to make the visits compulsory, and also that to include in their slides, in the PowerPoint slides, evidence that they did attend these sessions. It also served another purpose. Students were also made aware of the facilities available on campus for product furtherment and project management, etc. What were the lessons learned in or since 2019? First of all, it must be compulsory to enforce student compliance. As soon as it wasn't made compulsory during the COVID years, no innovations were submitted. Students must be able to associate with the topic. It must be a fine blend between free thinking, with a focused output or creativity within boundaries. And of course, since they're not engineers yet, novel innovations must be expected. Compulsory knowledge tools, the Idea Gym, PDTS, CSSC, it is important that students have a background, that they know how to price products, how products are made, what the processes are that's involved, etc. Assignments must be graded on their academic management, not their innovations, and there must be a money and pocket incentive for winners competing, those that voluntarily give their time to enter the official innovation competition. And of course, there must be furtherment funding. All these things contribute to students complying quite happily to an innovation assignment. At the end of the assignment, we conducted a student survey, also something that students don't do unless it is made compulsory. So before the assignment grades were released, students first had to partake in the survey. 143 students took part in 2023, and these were some of the questions that they were asked. How did you source an idea in your innovation assignment? A very large component said, as a member of a group, we shared ideas until we found a suitable project. What was the most difficult aspect? And of course, it was estimating cost as expected. And do you believe your innovation has the potential to go further? Overwhelmingly, yes. It is very important that a student believes in his innovation. Did the innovation assignment change the way you think about products? Yes, I will be thinking of ways of improving existing products or create better ones. The awareness is very important. Problem solving in general requires a set of tools, either classroom theory or life experience. Knowing the right combination of tools is address a specific problem is where a different type of thinking is important. What is this different type of thinking? They could mostly associate with the free thinker. Think it is the ability to visualize a problem which leads to the identification of the right combination of tools. If you could have had a crash course in one of the following skills, which one do you think would have been most applicable to your innovation? Interesting enough, computer-aided design, followed by 3D printing, marketing, and pricing. So how will we improve on our recipe in 2024? From the survey, we will definitely include in the next run a compulsory computer-aided design course. Also, from visits to the PDTS, from the questions students asked, a short course on how to operate a 3D printer will also be a very nice thing to include for students, and also a useful skill that they will have afterwards. So in conclusion, when the mathematics department creates avenues for problem solving, the Idea Gym creates avenues for solution realization. Students will probably forget about the Fourier series and the Laplace transform, but they won't forget the innovation experience, and they might one day very much rely on this skill. Thank you very much from Dr. Conradi and myself, and I hope you enjoyed this presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Elizabeth, for your lovely presentation. Your mic was muted.
I think we're fine now. It's unmuted.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if any of the participants have any question related to her presentation, they can ask Dr. Elizabeth.
Well, it's not so much a question, but just an observation. I might be one of the few other members here who has some experience with the Laplace transformation, because as an English, I don't know what it is, but as an English teacher here, I run the English consultation room, and many of my students are mechanical engineering students, so they come to me with their papers, and I do a lot of work helping them to explain this in English. Same goes for mathematics as well, which Dr. Conradi was just speaking about. So a lot of this has some resonance for me as I take on my mathematics students' problems as well. And I can understand a great deal of what Dr. Conradi is speaking about as well. So thank you for that. I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so if any other participant have any questions, they can ask, or they can put their questions in the chat box, and Dr. Elizabeth and Michelle will answer your questions from the chat box. Okay, so moving ahead with the conference now. Our next presenter of the day is Enur Azagbak, Higher School of Humanities, Sarsan Amanzolo, East Kazakhstan University, Ust Kamengozork, Kazakhstan. The topic is Methods of Teaching the Works of M. Ozo in Higher Educational Institutions. You can read her abstract from the screen given. Moving ahead with her presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Ainur Azatpaket. I'm from Kazakhstan. I'm a PhD candidate at Sarsan Amanjol, East Kazakhstan University. And today I will speak about Mukhtar Awazov. The theme of my research work is methods of teaching the works of Mukhtar Awazov in higher educational institutions. I will start my presentation from introduction, then research materials and the methods, the level of research, research results and the discussion, and at the end, conclusion. The name of Mukhtar Awazov is known not only to the people of one nation, but also to the whole world, is a pride of our nation. The works of a talented writer are masterpieces that go beyond the expenses of our national literature and occupy a place in the world. With a special feeling, we tell the stories of the talented writer, works in the field of drama, prose works, and the epic novel The Way of Abai, which is known all over the world. From the first works of the writer, we recognize the beauty and the skill of the words, and most importantly, its greatness. In his works, which raises the problem of all mankind, the realities of life, human nature, and fate are skillfully described. In the course of my research work, I utilized new methods of teaching as new methods of teaching. The artistic originality of Mukhtar Awazov's stories were considered, as well as during the discussion of the writer's stories, as annotated analysis, plot compositional, comprehensive analysis of characters, mastering the text, types of literary and image, and the problem analysis. In addition, methods of processing, comparing, systematizing, and summarizing information have found widespread use. Today, when teaching the Mukhtar Awazov's artistic stories, it is appropriate to widely use over the paradigm anthropocentrism. This is because when the great writer raised various issues of public life in his stories, he connected them with human values, taking a person as the main target. Therefore, with the artistic skills, he widely used the methods of realistic description to reveal the fate of various characters. through human factors. In most cases of such descriptions, the main characters of the writer suffered a serious tragic fate, and the weight of the description of the manifestations of the reality of life in his artistic stories increased. For example, the first voluminous stories of the writer Korgansыздың күні is drawn from a real historical situation in which he described the line of events and the main characters too. Characters took place in real life. It is known that it's difficult and irresponsible to teach Muhtar Awazov's story, Karash Karash Okigasa, which is both voluminous and artistic and ideological, in a matter of hours. During lectures and the practical hours in the audience, it's important to analyze the artistic and the ideological specifics of the story and immerse yourself in the artistic world. Then it will be useful to organize the search of students on their own, considering the compositional construction of the story, and also the artistic idea, the analysis of the image of characters, which is the skill of the writer in playing the hero. We intend to organize a dialogue with students through problematic questions, research questions, in order to reflect on the success and the decision of the writer. Here in table 1, given analysis of the artistic and ideological features of the text. In the first column, here given sections, the number of sections, and then the themes according to the story. Then students have to complete the main events and the characters. In the following stages, the question, what is purpose of Baktagul? Baktagul, Jaraspai, they are main characters of the story. Did Baktagul achieve his goal despite killing Jaraspai? Listen to the thoughts and opinions of each student asking questions. Muhtar Awazov reflect on the main idea of the work through the main character Baktagul. The story is skillfully cut through the fate of the protagonist. The writer skillfully describes the struggle of such qualities as cruelty and kindness, hypocrisy and betrayal, and the inner stress of a person. In these issues, it is necessary to look for an analysis of the writer's artistic skills and the skills in revealing the artistic idea of the work. Another effective type of subsequent analysis which has become widespread in practice is problem analysis. Methodologist teacher Kanipa Bitibaeva in her work In-Depth Study of Literature said, problem analysis plays a huge role in increasing cognition, improving thinking activity, and opens up opportunities for self-search and is useful as one of the main ways of developing learning. Problem analysis requires you to find exactly the problem underlying this work of art and develop specific problem questions. In table 2, here given problem analysis as in the first column given simple questions and next problematic questions. For example, the first question is, what character is Baktagul? Why does he seek refuge in Jaraspai? Is his action correct? And the problematic questions, how do you think? Who is Baktagul? Is he a victim of Salmen and Jaraspai, or an avenging fighter, or a defenseless wretch? And so on. And here given 3 questions. The problematic question covers not only one problem, that is both a literary argument and a research conversation and a dialogue. To solve the problem, it's important to establish an opportunity for the student to search, to express his thoughts with arguments. The problem question has a great importance in solving the artistic and ideological specificity of the story that the problem raised in it. This leads to the fact that the tasks create practical work for students in a joint group. And in a deeper analysis of the story, it is known that events are also thickened and the conflicts are also aggravated. And in conclusion, I want to say that the works of Mukhtar Awazov included Kazakh literature in the list of advanced literature, presents the story, the history, life, culture, talents, and the national characters of Kazakh people to the world. We can proudly mention to the name of Mukhtar Awazov, a genius writer of our people, a jewel of the words, a public figure, a scientist, a sympathizer of the nation. The world community recognized our nation through the way of Abay by Mukhtar Awazov, recognized the greatness and the skill of the writer. The opinions of his thickness, somewhat intelligent, were written about him. The presentation of the writer's high taste, culture, and artistic skills will remain a matter of time. The new generation, the arrival of a new generation is a rule of law, and the legacy of Mukhtar Awazov will be valuable in the upbringing of generations, no matter how many centuries have passed. Thank you for attention. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Anur, for your presentation. Participants having any questions? Yes. Yes, Anur. Thank you so much for your presentation, Anur.
Thank you very much.
Participants having any questions related to Anur's presentation, they can ask her. Or they can put their questions in the chat box and it will be answered by Anur. So moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter of the day is Mark Sakerlorius, English Group Liberal Arts Department, Tokyo University of Science, Noda, Japan. His topic is obstacles to implementing English as a medium of instruction in Japanese universities. You can read his abstract from the screen given. So moving ahead with his presentation.
Hello, my name is Mark Sakalarius. I apologize if my voice is a little hoarse. I'm currently battling a cold. I live in Japan. I am currently employed as an assistant professor at a science university in Chiba. I'm also a doctoral student in the dissertation phase of an Ed.D. program at Northeastern University in Boston. Today I'm going to talk about teacher-perceived obstacles in implementing English as a medium of instruction programs, referred to as EMI from here on, in Japanese universities. Essentially, I gave 20 teachers a Likert-style questionnaire asking them to what extent they agreed or disagreed with several statements regarding cultural and linguistic differences between the East and the West, and how these pertain to teaching and learning styles. I would like to share some of my findings with you today. So first, you might be wondering to yourself, what is EMI? The director and founder of Oxford EMI Training, Julie Dearden, pictured to the right, describes the concept as academic subjects taught in English in a country where English is not the main language. Currently, international students at the university I'm employed are expected to somehow learn Japanese to the point of college-level proficiency. I have talked with students who have told me that they spend 5 to 10 hours a week studying Japanese, and they pay for it out of their own pockets. This is a big disadvantage for English-speaking international students. They have to spend time and money learning a very difficult language. Learning a language like Japanese in an accelerated manner is very stressful and puts these students at a disadvantage compared to domestic students. So what's the problem, right? International students are struggling to learn Japanese. It's expensive, and they're having difficulty keeping up in classes taught in Japanese. So why don't universities just offer English courses? Problem solved, right? Well, in addition to the results of my questionnaire, I want to go over a few issues in the literature. This is by no means an exhaustive coverage of the literature, but I want to give just a brief overview. So first, there appears to be a lack of skilled teachers in Japan to carry out EMI courses, especially among domestic teachers. Tsuneyoshi 2005 tells us that Japanese teachers teaching in their second or third language of English are required to spend 4 to 5 times more effort to prepare their classes. Additionally, teachers in a Bradford 2013 study expressed a concern that their classes in English were dry and lacked humorous anecdotes or cultural references. Despite their extra efforts and struggles, these teachers, according to Bradford 2013, are not compensated for their additional prep time. Another issue may be a resistance on the part of universities to being Englishified or westernized. I was struck by one participant's comment in a Brown 2014 study. When asked why EMI was not being implemented in the university, they said, quote, "I think people would be upset if they thought this university was turning into a foreign university." In fact, it has been my personal experience that some universities in Japan pride themselves on having the proper Japanese spirit regarding education. Finally, there is some confusion regarding the meaning of EMI. EMI involves the teaching of course content, such as mathematics, in English. So not teaching English, but teaching in English. Ali 2013 tells us that some teachers are confused as to whether they should just start teaching in English or instead teach grammar and vocabulary. Although, as Aizawa and McKinley 2020 tell us, the Japanese Ministry of Education and UNESCO both state clearly that EMI does not involve the teaching of English. Even still, Galloway et al. 2017 indicate that nearly half of Japanese students taking EMI courses are doing so for the purpose of improving their English language skills. This suggests a disconnect between the purpose of EMI and the reason why students are taking these courses. Next, I would like to talk about some of the responses to my questionnaire distributed to 20 teachers, 13 international teachers, and 7 domestic or Japanese teachers. For the sake of brevity, I will talk about questions that received strong agreement or strong disagreement. Essentially, mean scores of near or under 1, suggesting strong disagreement, or near or over 4, suggesting strong agreement. I use the mean score to show consensus among teachers at least in their perceptions about certain phenomena. Here, you can see question 11 that reads, "The style of teaching in Japan is different from the West." The mean score, 4.25, suggested consensus or strong agreement that this phenomena exists. This is perhaps more interesting when considering the next question on the following slide. So as the previous slide suggests, there may be a difference in classroom styles between the East and the West. This is particularly interesting when considering how subjects responded to question 13, which asked, when giving an opinion, domestic students, Japanese students in this case, seldom disagree with the teachers or peers. This might be one of the ways classrooms are different between the East and the West. There was a stronger agreement to this statement among international teachers, with a mean score of 4.15, but Japanese teachers somewhat agreed in general, with a mean score of 3.33. Indeed, Bradford 2013 advances an idea that Japanese students are typically expected to be passive learners who do not question their teachers or peers. Tsuneyoshi 2005 and Bradford 2013 tell us that critical thinking and discussions are an essential part of English classes. This difficulty in disagreeing with teachers and peers may impede on discussion-based class styles. Passive learning may be incongruent with discussion-oriented English classrooms. So regarding the necessity for EMI classes, teachers agreed with the statement, some international students struggle trying to take classes in Japanese. This is very concerning considering the effort and money being used in the form of government initiatives to attract international students. One notable initiative is the Global 30 program that sought to attract 100,000 international students by 2020. This number was reached in 2003, so the number was reset to 300,000 students. I say that agreement to this statement is concerning because the students who ultimately are attracted by government initiatives and Japanese university promotions and programs, the students who ultimately come to Japan to study may be struggling as they are not culturally and linguistically accommodated. So I think it's important to emphasize during this presentation that EMI would truly be a win-win for all stakeholders in a Japanese university. There may be a tendency to think EMI is mostly beneficial for international students, but as you can see from the responses to questions 14 and 15, teachers recognize that EMI would benefit domestic students even more than their international counterparts. You can see here that while there was a strong agreement that mixed EMI classes involving international and domestic students would benefit international students, mean score of 4.4, there was a unanimous agreement that these classes would benefit domestic or Japanese students. You can see that on the figure to the right that not even one teacher questioned that. The benefit is presumably through increased multicultural and multilingual interaction. This is a strong point when selling EMI programs in meetings with teachers and administrators to create buy-in. The idea that EMI is truly a win-win for all stakeholders. So how do we move forward? Well, I don't claim to have all the answers, but I think these might be some good starting points to consider based on the emerging data. First, increasing FD training for EMI teachers. In the literature, there was a sense that teachers felt as long as they could speak English or they had some English proficiency, that FD training was not necessary. But this is not the case. There is a lot of research indicating that increasing student interaction time is very effective in EMI classes. So that would be one thing to consider. I will refer you to Ismailov 2022 and Mackey 2013 for more information about that. Second, clearer definitions of EMI being used by universities and government officials is essential. The term is being applied loosely without much clarification regarding what EMI is and perhaps more importantly, what it is not. In conjunction with increased student interaction time, teaching critical thinking skills may be important for prepping students for discussion-based English classes where they are expected to give their opinions and agree or disagree with their peers and teachers. Thank you for listening to my presentation. During my presentation, I mentioned a lot of research and researchers, so please take a moment to look over these references.
Thank you, Mark, for your presentation. So any participant having any questions related to Mark's presentation, they can mail him in the email ID that is given in the chat box, or they can put their questions in the chat box. So moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter of the day is David Gan, Department of Science and Liberal Arts, Tokyo University of Science, Noda City, Japan. His topic is the variety of problems in students' hypothetical premise constructions. You can read the abstract from the screen given. Moving ahead with this presentation.
I will tell about the variety of problems I have encountered with students' construction of hypothetical premises. As a teacher at a leading science university in Japan, I've noticed that there is a need for instruction in hypothetical premise construction with my students. I've also looked into the background literature on this subject, and I found that it's roundly agreed that novice writers do not use meta-discourse markers with sufficient frequency. Novice writers do not use meta-discourse markers with sufficient levels of appropriacy, and that they also lack sufficient frequency and appropriate levels of use used to specifically signpost argumentative structure, and that when they did, that in blind studies, this resulted in higher scores. Shintani and Aubrey, 2016, found that the structures of conditional statements are difficult for Asian students, including Japanese students, because of the variety of forms of conditional statements typically found in the languages of that region. Khatib and Gamper, also 2016, found that errors made by Thai students when constructing conditional statements resulted 16% in errors involving hypothetical premises, i.e. future predictive conditional statements, and problems with subject-verb agreement were also involved in 5 of the most prevalent of those error types. Bryant, 1984, identified conditional statements as a trouble source among Japanese ESL learners. However, his study examined only conditional statements involving imagined situations, such as a differently experienced past or a future events such as winning the lottery, and did not specifically examine future predictive conditional statements, i.e. hypothetical premises. With Ishikawa and Suzuki, 2016, there was a study involving 53 Japanese university EFL learners, wherein it was found that the participants tended to mistakenly confuse the verb patterns of the future predictive with those of the present counterfactual, which we'll discuss later. Conroe and Couples, 2013, also found a high frequency of errors among Japanese students in the composition of, again, counterfactual conditional statements. In my own recent research, participants were given instruction on the distinction between conditional statements and hypothetical premises via a self-made podcast and also through several self-made text reconstruction exercises. These were designed specifically for the teaching of the following directive. That is, hypothetical premises are to be written in a single sentence, two clause, if-then structure, where the if clause is in the present tense and the then clause is in the future tense, generated through phrases such as will plus verb or until. I tasked students to write on a topic which required that they form hypotheses or future predictive conditional statements involving a study of the well-known Monty Hall problem. If you don't know what that is, I can talk about that later during the Q&A, or you might look it up yourself later. It's a bit outside the scope of this short talk, but it's enough to say here that it demanded that students form hypothetical premises in their writing. When reviewing students' responses in these several contexts, I noted that there were frequent types of deviations from the constructions that I had instructed them to use. Number one in the table presented were responses that just really didn't respond to the task at all. They either focused on the method or they just reported the results, but they didn't hypothesize what they thought the results were going to be before the fact. Number two were incomplete constructions, and we'll look at some of those later. Sometimes they used the present tense when rather than if. 2.5 were slightly better, but still using the when rather than if, and they suggested a future tense rather than actually using the future tense. This was really interesting because the students would use expressions like the probability becomes or the percentage gets. So these were quite interesting because they were ways the students were constructing talk about the future without using the future tense, and I wondered why they were doing this. 2.75, and I'm giving them little higher numbers because these were getting closer to the ideal, but again using when rather than if. And in the second clause, the students were using modal verbs such as could, would, can, and will, which is better, but still an incomplete construction. Number three, these were getting markedly better. They used the if-then construction, and they also used the future tense, but they were a little incomplete in the construction, just not quite on par with the four. Now with the four, this was a perfect or almost perfect construction using the present tense in the first clause and the future tense in the second clause, and they were using the if-then construction that I had instructed them to use. They also used will be in the second clause. Here we see two examples of problems that come up quite a lot where students seem to misunderstand, or they seem to confuse the data itself that is produced from the inquiry for the hypothesis. And as you can see here, there's no two-clause construction, and it's in present tense in the first one. In the second one, there's present tense in the first half of the sentence, and there's a future tense in the second half, but it still does not have the complete construction that we would expect there to be, and there's no actual sense of a hypothesis here. Instead, it simply presupposes what the data is going to show without making any sort of claim about the future outcome itself. So in this slide, we've got two very interesting cases. I'd like to look at each of these a little more closely. The first one, if I change the cup this moment, I can choose the correct cup. The use of the word can here is very interesting because although it is in the present tense and not the future tense, which it should be, it suggests potentiality. We might add also here that the student is speaking in very general terms rather than speaking about the specific claims of what will happen with the conditions which are set in this particular experiment. The second quote down here is also very interesting. If you can guess only one cup 500 times, the probability approaches 1/3. Well, this is better because they are speaking in terms of a number of trials which are going to be carried out. It's in the present tense in the first half of the sentence, and again in the second half we see this sort of ersatz construction of the future tense through the use of present tense verbs that suggest a potentiality of the future with the word approaches. Japanese students will often also use the word becomes. The total becomes something. And I think this might be a result of L1 interference and the way the word narimasu, the Japanese word narimasu, to become, is used similarly in such cases. And in this slide, again, we see this construction with the if at the beginning in the present tense, and this suggestion of a future tense, this time in the negative sense with a cannot choose the correct cup. In the second example I have here, see another very interesting use of the expression has to. So this again is suggesting something that has to be done at a future time. So it's a sort of ersatz construction of the future tense without using the prescribed forms which were taught in the class. In this next slide, we see what I'm calling a type 2.75 deviating construction. Here the student has used the if construction in the first clause with the present tense, and in the second tense we see a deviation from the prescribed form with the use of the modal would end up choosing. It's not clear here why the student would use the expression of a would end up doing rather than the will do form, which was prescribed in the instruction. In this last slide, we have a case where actually the student has divided their expression into two sentences, but that notwithstanding, we can look at the construction with an if and present tense in the beginning, and in the second half, again, the suggestion of a future tense through the, in this case, very interesting, it is predictable that we can get. So it's very interesting that although the correct phrase will be, or will happen, or will do, was taught many times explicitly in the class, for some reason, the students seem really intent on keeping their sentences in the present tense. To summarize then, the teaching of the hypothetical premise, i.e. the future predictive conditional statement, is indeed more difficult than one might expect. The reason is the L1 interference with the students' insistence on remaining in the present tense in the second clause with uses of verbs in the present tense such as becomes or approaches, or as in this last case with a present tense to be verb followed by an adjective, in this case predictable, which suggests a kind of futurity. The other reason for these deviant constructions seems to be a misunderstanding or a lack of understanding about the function of the hypothesis. It seems reasonable to expect that better instructional methods regarding the construction of hypothetical premises should result in improvement, and it also seems reasonable to expect that explicit instruction about the purpose and function of hypothetical premises and hypotheses would also result in better argumentation by students involving conditional statements and predictive claims of outcomes.
Thank you so much, David, for your presentation. Participants having any questions related to David's presentation, they can ask.
Mr. David, I have just one question.
Yes.
And it's like it's kind of an extension to your work. It's quite interesting. I love the work. Like given I learn multiple, like I can speak multiple languages. It's kind of interesting to see how different people kind of navigate through these obstacles. So what I wanted to understand was, because you looked at chat forums and other such interactive platforms, has the the introduction of technology in the sense of we have the autocorrect features on our phones, then we have Grammarly features, Grammarly and other grammatical features, which helps or assists a user to fix the grammatical sentence without having to put in an active effort to actually learn and understand how to create or construct these sentences. So has this specific aspect of technology shown any impact on the on the construction of sentences or on your book?
Surprisingly, it should have maybe, but surprisingly in the forums there doesn't seem to be much of an autocorrect. Our forums are all in-house, so we have an in-house chat, in-house forums, and so there's no autocorrect. It's using a Moodle-based virtual learning environment here, and so that doesn't seem to come up. I'd say what students tend to do more, or have in the past up to now, is using translation devices that they carry in their pockets, like with their dictionaries and so on. And yeah, they're not that good. They're not that good. And so I can easily tell when a student has written in their own words and when it's a translation device. It's fairly obvious. As for this question though about the tense and the failure of students to meet the tense requirements of the phrases, of the hypothetical premises, with the present tense in the first half and the future tense in the second. Yeah, that seems to be a very the students are very recalcitrant I should say, are they don't seem to want to move in that direction. And I don't know why that is, except of L1 interference. It doesn't seem to be a problem caused by or much helped by corrective automatic correction.
Okay.
It's interesting though, because if I may, when you go into a convenience store in Japan and you buy an item, and they give you your change back, and they'll say, no, not when they give you your change back, when they tell you the total of your purchase, they'll say, as we do in America, for example, the States, we would say that comes to $2.50. That comes to, and they'll say the same thing in Japanese. They'll say, I won't speak Japanese for you, but they'll say $250 yen ni narimasu. Narimasu, the masu end on that. That's a present tense ending on the verb masu. Right. So future tense is a kind of difficult thing. That it would be strange and cumbersome in Japanese to put that into a future tense, and it would be unnatural in a obviously in a convenience store situation. But yeah, the future tense and the present tense are often used as the same. I'll tell you really a long time ago. My wife is Japanese, and a very long time ago, about 26 years ago, in fact, but I'll never forget it because I was new to Japan, and I asked my wife if she wanted to eat with me, if she was going to eat with me before we went out with friends to go bowling. And she said, I eat. It literally, tabemasu. Tabemasu, the masu, the present tense, which I took to mean I'm eating now. And my Japanese wasn't that great, but that's present tense, so it was a fair assumption on my part. And so then I didn't call her until after my friends and I had already eaten and were ready to go out bowling. And when I contacted my wife, she was almost in tears because we had gone out to eat without her. And what she meant was, I will eat with you. I will eat. So that was a hard lesson in grammar at the time, I remember. But she stayed with me. So but it can get you into trouble.
May I?
Yeah, please. I'm sorry for that long story.
David, you just mentioned, if I can call you David, so
yeah,
you just future and present tenses, and Hungarian language uses them also interchangeably. So it's common. So Hungarian people, if they don't know which one you want to use, like, okay, you just mentioned the story eating, right? Then they ask back, okay, shall it be at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock or like that?
Mm-hmm.
So the conversation goes on without using the future tense.
Yeah.
So
what tense is it? It's just really, no tense at all.
Yeah, it's just the present tense it continues on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it's a similarity in the two languages. I find that German and Japanese I think have some similarities in the way the verbs behave with the declensions on the end.
Well, I don't know that because I don't know Japanese. I speak Korean. That's why. No idea.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah, if I can add on to that, maybe along the same lines, if we talk about present and the future tenses being used interchangeably, so having in India, where I can speak around 4 to 5 Indian languages, a lot of languages have completely removed this this fluidity between present tense and the future tense. You have specific action or verb which attaches with the with the actual function with the actual action, which designates it as a future future possibility, or something to be done in the future versus something that is happening in the present now. So like for example, if I talk about in Hindi, which is one of the more commonly spoken languages in India, right? And if I talk about just food itself, so if I have to say that I am eating now, right? So I would say it like main kha raha hoon, right? So it has the innate understanding that it is in present tense. Versus if I turn it into a future tense, it becomes main khane jaunga. So that jaunga is actually not something that is intimately related to eating. Jaunga essentially means going. It's an action verb, right?
So in getting the future tense, it actually loses some of the, oh, how interesting. Yeah.
Yes.
I wanted to mention also about, and maybe I didn't make this clear in the presentation, about why this is important and why do I care. And it briefly stated, it's that our students will go on to present, and they will go on to write and submit their own articles in the future to journals. And I want my students to be able to communicate within their discourse community using the same kinds of constructions that we would find in academic journals. And I'm not doing a corpus linguistics approach, and it's something I'd like to look into next. But certainly I can say with some confidence that hypotheses and hypothetical premises do follow this present tense, future tend to follow that rule of present tense and future tense. And so it's not just a random rule or something that I've set up, but it's one that I think will prepare them for their later professional work. That's the reason for that.
So thank you, David, Gan.
Thank you.
For clarifying the questions and for
Thank you
answering
for
all
the
the questions.
questions.
And if any other participant have any questions, they can ask David. Okay, so now moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter of the day is Andreas Winardi, Faculty of Education and Humanities, Duta Wakana Christian University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. His topic is building collaborations among Asian countries, understanding cultural similarities and differences. You can read his abstract from the screen given. So moving ahead with his presentation.
Yeah, good morning. Nice to meet you all. My name is Andreas Winardi from UKDW Jogja, Indonesia. Today I'm going to talk about building collaboration among Asian countries, understanding cultural similarities and differences. As we all know, now we live in a global world, and with advancement in technology, it is easier for us to connect with people from all over the world. Like this Zoom, yeah, we can meet people from South Africa, so on. Not only we can meet via Zoom, but also many people decided to study, work, and live in foreign countries. When people live in another country, it is important for them to learn the culture of that place, to adapt and to adjust. Failing to understand other cultures will result in misunderstanding, awkward situation, or even the end of a relationship. In the study, I would like to use Hofstede's 6 cultural dimensions, namely, first, power distance index, second, individualism versus collectivism, uncertainty avoidance, next, masculinity versus femininity, long-term orientation versus short-term orientation, and indulgence versus restraint. Okay, I would like to explain this one by one. The first is power distance index. If a country has a high power distance index, it means that they openly accept boss as a higher authority and therefore deserve respect and authority. While low power distance index means that boss or supervisor is considered as equals. So if you have a low power distance index, it is common for you to call your boss by the name, yeah, or use the informal language, hi boss, or hi Jim, yeah, and so on. The second one is individualism versus collectivism. Individualism means decision and acts can be made individually, while collectivism, individual is member of the group and the group takes care of its individual members. Usually, individual consult or discuss the group before making decisions. So this is collectivism. Yeah, and then the next one is uncertainty avoidance. The high uncertainty avoidance means appreciate clear instruction, tend to avoid conflict or competition. While low uncertainty avoidance means people are more willing to take risks, yeah, or thinking outside the box is valued. So if you have a high uncertainty avoidance, you just follow the instruction, A, B, C, D, and then I will follow that. And then I tend to avoid conflict. While when I as a low uncertainty avoidance society, I'm willing to take more risks. I don't know the result yet, but I'm willing to try. And then the masculinity society versus femininity society. High masculinity society means focuses more on what is considered as masculine values, like performance, ambitions, and success. While low masculinity society focuses more on what is considered as feminine values, like concern for all, relationship, and harmony. Number 5, long-term orientation versus short-term orientation. Long-term orientation means focuses on the distant future by delaying short-term success. So in Japan, for example, or in Indonesia, people work in a company for a long time, yeah, and then after that they get pension fund. And then short-term orientation means focuses on the near future, emphasizing the present. So short-term, if I am not satisfied with my company, I can move to other company. And then the last one is indulgence versus restraint. Indulgence means society allows relatively free gratification related to having fun in life, while restraint, society suppresses gratification and regulates it through social norm. So supposing I achieve something and I can have a party at the pub and invite my boss, my colleagues to have fun together. But in restraint society, I cannot do that because the norm of the society is not allow me to do a party or going to the pub or something like that. Now I would like to show you the comparison of 6 cultural dimensions among Indonesia, the Philippines, and Malaysia. Indonesia PDI 78, the Philippines PDI 94, Malaysia full score PDI 100, yeah, power distance index. And then for individualism, Indonesia is 14, the Philippines 32, Malaysia 26. For masculinity, Indonesia 46, the Philippines 64, Malaysia 50, yeah, in the middle. And then uncertainty avoidance score, Indonesia 48, the Philippines 44, and Malaysia 36. And then for long-term orientation, Indonesia 62, the Philippines 27, and Malaysia 41. While indulgence, Indonesia scored 38, the Philippines 42, Malaysia 57. Now let's talk a little bit about that. As can be seen from the table, the three countries have high power distance index. It means that the workers tend to consider the boss as the person of higher authority and not consider him or her as equal. In Indonesia, for example, it is uncommon for us to call the boss by the name. Yeah, we have to respect him or her, and then we have to talk using formal language. And then for the second one, in terms of collectivism, those countries are also similar in terms of collectivism. The people in Indonesia, the Philippines, and Malaysia tend to make decisions collectively. Yeah, we tend to have a consensus. We tend to negotiate something. We tend to discuss something together as a team. And then in terms of masculinity, Indonesia has the lowest score, 46. Malaysia is in the middle, 50. And the Philippines is slightly high, 64. As an Indonesian, I observe that people in my country appreciate feminine values such as living in harmony, care for others, more than masculine values such as ambition, performance, success, and so on. Now I would like to discuss the result of Hofstede's research on uncertainty avoidance score. In my opinion, it is quite anomaly because those three countries got low score in uncertainty avoidance score. Yeah, okay, so based on my observation and experience, Indonesians tend to avoid risk and prefer to avoid competition. So it is a kind of unique findings. So based on the findings, Indonesia is considered as the society with long-term orientation, 62, while the Philippines and Malaysia are considered as the society with short-term orientation, 27 and 41. Lastly, Indonesia and the Philippines have low score in indulgence, 38 and 42, while Malaysia scores 57. Yeah, for the conclusion, the first step to build collaboration among Asian countries is to understand the cultural similarities and differences. Hofstede's framework may be one of the tools that can be used to get an initial knowledge about those issues. It should be noted, however, that whenever possible, we should check or confirm the data by interviewing the native people or by doing observation. So we can observe first whether the people have the power distance index, whether they call the boss by the name or not, or whether they consider the supervisor as equal. So we need to adjust and adapt then. So this is my presentation about the culture. I hope that later we can use this as a starting point to build a collaboration between us. So supposing we can work together, I hope that we can do a joint research, or maybe later you can visit my country, Indonesia, and we can learn, we can talk about the culture together. So I think this is enough for my presentation, and I believe that this is just the beginning. We can still expand on the studies. We can dig deeper, maybe using another framework. Okay, not only Hofstede, but also another researcher that has studied on the culture. So hopefully this will be the starting point for us also to work together so that we can collaborate and achieve something together, and we can do something together, because alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. And if we work as a team, the team stands for together, everyone achieves more. So hopefully this conference will be the starting point for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Andreas. It was a lovely presentation. If anyone has any questions related to Andreas' presentation, they can ask.
Yeah, if I may.
Yeah.
Srangaz, it was a wonderful presentation. And being trained in folklore and folkloristics, cultural studies is one of the prime focus that I work into. So I would like to understand one specific thing. How long have you observed, like what's the time that usually people take when they reach spaces where the honorific language, usage of honorific language is quite prevalent. For example, in Korea or Japan or other East Asian countries, as well as in India, in the Northeast Indian states, the notion of honorific, usage of honorific language is quite prevalent in understanding how the hierarchy works, not just in an organization, but also in the family, in the social setup and otherwise. So how, like, what's your observation in terms of how people who visit these places, let's say for a short period of time, adapt to these this kind of an usage of language?
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. As I mentioned before, yeah, this is a kind of a difficult way to do, but we can ask people, we can interviewing people. Supposing we come to a company and then we live in a family, we can interview or ask questions, because when we ask, they will tell us, give us information about what usually happen in the family or in the company. I believe that's one of the way, if we only live for a short time there, so we can ask people, our colleagues, and so on. So just ask question.
Okay, if any other participant has any question? Okay, so thank you so much, Abiro, for asking, and thank you, Andreas, for answering his question. Moving ahead with the conference. So our next presenter of the day is Omar El Bidli, Laboratory of Cultural Industry, Faculty of Arts and Humanities, Mohammed First University, Morocco. His topic is using the local heritage in musical education to produce creativity, Moroccan child music as a model. You can read the abstract from the screen. Moving ahead with this presentation.
Okay, first of all, I thank you for accepting my participation in this scientific conference, and I thank all those in charge of it, and I'm pleased to present to you this research topic entitled using the local heritage in musical education to produce creativity. Moroccan child music as a model, presented by me, Omar El Blidi, as a member of Cultural Industry and Faculty of Arts and Humanities, Mohammed First University, Oujda, Morocco. So as an introduction, you can say that nowadays practical scientific studies and research penetrate all fields of science to develop and to advance them, especially education sciences. From this point of view, and based on the fact that Morocco is striving to achieve progress at the level of its global classification, at the level of quality of education, and to pay attention to its human and immaterial capital, the necessity of adopting a preventive treatment plan based on scientific research to preserve the intangible heritage and its exploitation. In the development and the construction of a generation of tomorrow's Morocco. We can say that the importance of the study lays in the fact that it seeks to verify the effectiveness of musical teaching program based on the local heritage of children, in preventing and renewing part of Moroccan musical heritage for children, and raising the levels of creativity and academic achievement of the learner, the child, in the other end. Theoretically, Guilford suggests that creativity can be understood as a type of intelligence similar to that responsible for divergent thinking. And the divergent thinking, as you know, is the process is responsible for an individual ability to produce an abundance of diverse ideas when confronted with an open-ended problem. Guilford postulated too that divergent thinking can be broken down into several recognizable and measurable abilities that can in turn be used as markers of creative performance. Abilities represented in fluency, or the ability to produce many diverse ideas, which can be used to measure the level of divergent thinking. Flexibility, the ability to adapt or change one's line of thinking in order to answer question or solve problem. The originality, the ability to produce unusual idea, and the ability of achievement, the ability of produce complexity in details and their minimal stimuli. These four characteristics of divergent thinking have become the basis of most creativity research to date. Torrent's opinion, as a scientist interested in study of creative process about creativity in terms of products, was based on the limited initiative of Guilford, which allowed the development of simpler and measurable activities for standardized assessment for all levels of age groups to produce what is known today as Torrent's test of creative thinking. So, as method and results, you can say that firstly, a sample of musical heritage of children in a different region of Kingdom of America has been written down and digitized, and booklets have been prepared that includes the theoretical side and the musical performance side based on Zoltan called a method of musical education and Moroccan heritage template. And the school children were divided into two group, control and experimental groups, and passed the adapted Torrance scale for creativity before and after applying the educational program. An important change, as you can see, was observed in the distribution and mean of the creativity index among the experimental sample before and after the application of the program. In the chart representing the pre-test, we found 109 as the highest value of the creative indicator, increasing to 163 as the highest value of the same indicator during the post-test, especially for students under 12 years old. So, by examining the difference between the result of experimental group before and after the program, it's clear that there is a statistical significance. So the educational program drawn from sample of the child's folklore affects his creative ability positively. You can say also that music and musical education have effective rule advancing the creative and aesthetic sense of child, whatever his environment and social circumstance. But necessary to deepen the study, this aspect, to obtain more accurate and more important results. And as a recommendation, digital heritage libraries should be created. Also, the creation of schools with experimental initiative to disseminate the educational program. Also producing documentaries and supporting studies on the life of children and other of interest to their history, and of course qualifying creative teacher. So, as conclusion, you can conclude by saying it's clear from the study that scientific and interventional research, especially within the field of education sciences, is no longer luxury, but mainly in shaping the future, building generation, and a major pillar for the advancement of nation and civilization, the multiplicity of their cultures, and the repression of their peoples. So the quality of education today as the human and immaterial capital has become urgent priorities within the desired development plans to ensure the well-being and the progress of nations and societies with the will of Almighty God. So finally, and I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your kind attention to this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Omar, for presenting the presentation. If anyone has any questions related to Omar's presentation, they can ask him. Omar, can you hear me? Okay, so the questions related to Omar's presentation can be put in the chat box. So moving ahead with the conference, our next presenter of the day is Abhirup Sarkar, Department of Cultural and Creative Studies, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, India. His topic presentation is Information, Knowledge, and Belief Systems in the Digital Era, a Folkloric Perspective. You can read the abstract from the screen given. Abhirup, I would like to request you to present live.
Okay, sure. Okay, let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, hello everyone, once again. My name is Abhirup Sarkar, and I am currently pursuing a second master's degree in folkloristics. Before this, I did a master's in English literature. So, I have recently been inducted as a member of the International Society for Folk Narrative and Research. Now, I would like to thank SORES 2023 Amsterdam and SSHRA for giving me an opportunity to present my work over here. And this is a work which is very close to my heart, and something that I wanted to pursue for a very long time. So I'm getting a chance to do that. I'm thankful for that. Now, the topic, titled Information, Knowledge, and Belief Systems in the Digital Era, looks at a certain corpus of knowledge system, which has been prevalent in the human society since the ancient times, and continues to do so and proliferate in a massive amount in today's time, and will continue to do so in the future as well. However, academically, there is a serious lack of content on this genre of folk knowledge, or otherwise, usually this form of knowledge is kind of taken into passing, and just flows with the culture and disappears after a point of time. So Okay. So we will, so what I'm going to talk about today is pertaining to a very specific genre of knowledge system of the human society, which is the diabolical knowledge system or the paranormal knowledge system. Now, why I keep calling this a knowledge system is because this is the flip side of a very well studied and very extensively discussed knowledge system of the gods, the deities, and the religion and other such belief systems of humans. So what we are going to discuss today in my presentation is a brief introduction to how folklore functions, what's folklore, and how it has evolved during the time, and why I chose out of every other format. I could have chosen a specific cultural analysis, an anthropological perspective, or any other perspective. Why I chose to go with, and what do I mean by when I call it a folkloric perspective? What is the content that I've chosen? What do we know by the term motive or motif in the corpus of folk literature, and the notion of folklorismus in the knowledge system called that has been derived from the ancient tradition of demonology, and what I conclude from this. A brief introduction to folklore and how it functions. While coined by William Thoms, initially it only took an antiquarian perspective where suddenly people realized that with the advent of industrialization, the corpus of knowledge that people had in the rural region was kind of losing its mark, was disappearing quite fast. Therefore, it became imperative to kind of preserve these knowledge systems. And most of these knowledge systems were oral in the form and format, which also ensured they had, spontaneous modification. And this is what the folklorists or folklore collected initially. Then, with the advent of neo-technology and writing systems, what happened was the oral lores or oral literature was started to being frozen in text, especially on paper. What this did was it kind of limited the spontaneous modification of the entire corpus of folk tales, myths, legends, songs, rhymes, jokes, slangs, everything that encompassed the human culture into just 2 pages, which gave rise to the notion, what we know of today in folklore studies as the variants and versions. So as you might know that as of today, people are getting to know that there are actually 300 versions of a famous mythology or epic from India, which is the Ramayana. And it has come to be because of this entire notion of variants and versions. Finally, what we are going to talk about today is the modern form of folklore, which imitates the actual oral folklore in the sense that it gives you the freedom to modify as and when you want. And it also has the ability to make the original version as well as the other variants of one folklore in the same platform and in the same premise. Now, why I chose folklore as my approach to analyze this thing, this entire corpus of knowledge, is exactly why folklore started in the first place. When William Thoms started folklore, it was not a novel idea. The Grimm's brothers, we all know the Grimm's fairy tales much before that. Then Elias Lönnrot collected an entire corpus of Finnish folk literature called, which he titled as Kalevala. So we had a knowledge system or a continued effort to collect folklore since the ancient times. But why suddenly William Thoms had to come up with the word folklore, which was more or less derived from the German Volkskunde, right? So it was because of the industrialization, which was leading to the disappearance of a certain knowledge system. What's happening as of today is, while in terms of folklore, we have an entire corpus of personnel who are focusing on preserving, collecting, as well as mediating these forms of oral knowledge, which still exist in the tribal culture, in the ethnic groups, in certain groups of the world. There is also a continuous evolution of knowledge system in today's urban folk, in today's urban setup, which is being created by the digital world, which is being created by the different kinds of interactions that we are having. So folklore, where folk means people and lore means the knowledge of the people, is not a static cultural notion. It's a continuously evolving aspect, and that is why I wanted to focus on a folkloric perspective, so that we do not end up making folklore an antiquarian study all over again, where 100 years down the line we realize, oh, this existed 100 years before, we should start collecting them now, and by that time much of the content will already be lost, while we can do that as of today in real time. Now, the method that I chose to collect, so what I'm doing right now in this work is analyzing one of the most I would not call it most famous, but something which has taken up a lot of hype of lately is the paranormal investigations. Now, these paranormal investigations are uploaded on YouTube for mass consumption. Millions and millions of people are watching these investigations, and these investigations come from different parts of the world. So how I selected these videos is that I went on a private browser and I removed all the cookies that I was searching before, so that I can remove any bias that might have been because of my viewing preferences. And then I only searched one phrase, which is paranormal investigations on YouTube. And upon doing that, YouTube in general gives on AI algorithm, it works in order to give you the videos or the channels which are most viewed, and then it decreases sequentially. So these are the few channels that I have mentioned, and as you can see on the map, these span across the entire world, from India to Saudi Arabia to Mexico to United States to UK. There are a few channels from Australia as well, and which are not cited, but this is the corpus of data that I have chosen in order to do my work in this one. Now, what I'm trying to understand by doing this work specifically is how a belief system is formed. And why I wanted to do this specifically in today's time is, given the dire times we live in, with what happened between Russia and Ukraine, with what's happening in Manipur, the dire times we live in, people tend to look up to their belief systems as a form of support, as a form of solace, as a form of hope, right? Now, as on one side, we always had looking up to these to our gods and deities as a form of hope, there has been the flip side of this belief system as well, where people used to look up to what is usually or generally considered the diabolical in a very similar hopeful and expectation manner, but which has been evaded in mainstream research or in mainstream academia for a very long period of time. So the motive in general, motive in folklore or in literary studies, is the fundamental element which makes a narrative function and goes on, and it helps the narrative go on. So what happens in these videos is exactly that. They implement certain techniques over and over and over again, which is essentially a function of a motif in a narrative. And with this continuous repetition of these functions, they are imbibing, they are impacting psychologically the entire population who is consuming this kind of content. Thereby, what happens is it increases the consumption, it increases the interest in such kind of notions or narratives, which in turn becomes a part of their practice, thereby becoming a belief system over a period of time. So the first thing, I'll quickly run through these motives, which I termed as the motification process, is the video title. If you look at the paranormal investigations on YouTube, you will find the titles as the scariest experience of my life. The paranormal does exist. The ghosts do exist. So you will find all these kind of video titles which attract you psychologically, instantly, to kind of verify or validate your own existing belief systems, to see whether or not it is actually there, because in today's time, digital validation matters a lot for the population in general. Next, we have the textual prompts. So what happens in these videos is, if you're watching a paranormal investigation, suddenly they'll stop the video, they'll rewind back, and they will enhance the audio and make you listen to the video again. But this time they will have a little textual prompt on the screen. So if you go ahead in a video, they will rewind back to a certain moment and say, and the text will say unexplained knocks. What this does is, having studied and having a research in psychology and cognition, what this does is it psychologically conditions you to listen to the same sound that you have already heard, but in a more structured manner, and also to realize that this sound is something that might just possibly validate your belief system. Then we have the grayscaling, which does the exact same thing, that certain sections of the videos are grayscaled. We have extensive use of electronic devices. As I said, in today's time, the digital validation matters a lot to the population, to the people. Therefore, electronic devices are used to validate these, preternatural experiences. Psychic mediums, in fact, is quite an interesting motive that I've realized is a part of these investigations. If you have been watching horror flick or horror movies and everything, you will see that in The Conjuring, you have Ed and Lorraine Warren, based on whose life the entire Conjuring series is developed. Lorraine Warren is claimed to be a clairvoyant, or a person, or a seer who can see things that are not visible to the by a normal person, by a regular person who is not a seer. And this has existed since the ancient times. This still exists in certain tribes around the world. So these psychic mediums are used to counter-validate what has been gathered by the electronic device. Listicles, quite interestingly, is how these paranormal investigators choose their locations depending on how much fame these locations have. So usually they will have something like the most haunted place in the world, or the most haunted place in India, or most haunted house in America. So this is what they use to select their place. Then the last three become the core motives of this belief system. Background narrative that historically places these investigations and validates the need to do these investigations. The background music, which we all know also function in horror movies to escalate your anticipatory or anxiety in terms of the viewership and your hopes and expectations to validate the preternatural experience. Finally, the comment, which we will discuss in the conclusion. Now, coming to the second last, to the penultimate objective of my work, folklorismus is a term that was coined by Hans Moser. What it talks about is the modification of traditional folklore for mass consumption. So this is modification, addition, subtraction of all the folkloric content which can be consumed by which is supposed to be consumed by the masses. What these paranormal investigations are doing is converting the traditional lore of demonology or devil worship into the folklorismus that we know today as of paranormal. So while in the ancient time, this entire corpus of knowledge, which was based on demonology and devil worship, and which can be known through the books like the Lesser Key of Solomon or King James's Demonology, these paranormal investigations are taking those concepts and rewriting those concepts for the modern public, for the modern urban public. And what is happening is two things. One, those who believe in these notions are kind of getting validated in terms of their belief systems. And they are doing this, as I said, in one of the motives through the comment section on these videos, where they are sharing anecdotes, they are sharing their experiences, and a culture develops based on such kind of discussions, and so does the belief system. And the second thing, those who earlier who kind of rebuked such belief systems, saying that these are false claims, these do not exist in the physical world, they are having a chance to kind of analyze such content and maybe rebuke, maybe provide counterclaims to their existence, or otherwise, at least have a purpose of, have a leisurely time and getting entertained by watching these content. Thereby, why I wanted to look into this, my final conclusion is, one, this entire genre of paranormal videos, investigations on the digital media, YouTube especially, which is one of the most viewed platform in terms of audiovisual content, is giving rise to an entire corpus of knowledge system, a new knowledge system which is based on the olden traditional knowledge system of demonology. Second, this knowledge system is getting validated through the comments in the comment section by cross-cultural interaction, by validation through anecdotes and lived experiences. Third, what this validation is doing is it is giving rise to an entire folk group, which is the digital folk group in today's time, which is considerably more homogeneous as compared to the earlier folk groups, which is beyond the restrictions and boundaries of race, ethnicity, geographical boundaries, religion. While preserving these identities, it's also giving you a homogeneous identity of a digital folk group, where different people from different cultures are sharing their experiences, thereby leading to a formation of new folk group as well as belief systems, and therefore contributing to the existing knowledge corpus of the human society. And that will be it for my presentation for my work. And as you can see, this image, this highlights the increase in the number of horror movies from 1995 to 2023. And this is going to increase because people are consuming horror movies in masses, in millions. We wait for the next Conjuring movie to come up. It is because the intense faith that people have in the diabolical and it continues to proliferate. Then, as I said, this is one of the motifs. As you can see in this particular video, the video had moved forward, they bring it back, they add a small little textual prompt, which psychologically conditions you to listen to the same sound that you might have just considered being normal or naturally occurring sound to something which is very specific in the context of the video. This is the grayscaling of the video, which also limits your visual spectrum, the viewing spectrum, which increases your anticipatory, anticipatory phenomena, where you anticipate something suddenly to occur in this, which will not happen in natural chromatic videos. This is the psychic medium pointing out that she had already written chant in her notebook, while the people who were using the electronic devices heard the same word over a period of time, which is also another quite an interesting motive how these electronic devices work. This is the listicle. As you can see, the selection of the place is based on the fame or the apparent popularity of the place. Like you can see, it says one of the scariest paranormal activity spots in the world. This is another motif that I have identified, where the background is talked about, and this is where a person who actually lives in the place talks about the background, thereby giving you a much more authentic experience. This is the comment section. As you can see, most of the comments are very positive. They are highly encouraging and also anecdotal in nature, which keeps on proliferating this folkloric genre. And that will be about it for my work on the diabolical system of knowledge. And I intend to pursue my PhD after this in urban folklore, specializing in paranormal. So I'm also open for collaborative works for pertaining to urban folklore or other cultural heritage. That's about it. Thank you for your time, and I hope you like the presentation.
Thank you so much, Abhiro, for your presentation. It was really interesting topic.
Yes, very. If I may, is okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And so you've been looking at sort of the rise of paranormal discussions and folklore on the internet. I wonder if you've also been monitoring the concurrent rise of critical thinking podcasts and the rise of the critical thinking community also, which is happening, I guess, concurrently with what you're talking about. And do you see any kind of back and forth between the two of those? I know that quote unquote ghost hunting is one of the subjects which some of the critical thinking groups have taken on, for example, in years past.
Yeah, actually, it's a pretty interesting observation, because if I may use an example to answer your question, right? So one of the channels that I kind of used for my analysis comes from India, and I have seen, I have observed insane increase in the number of subscribers, viewers, and popularity of that channel, right? And what happens is that person has been doing this work for quite a long period of time, right? But this sudden increase in the popularity happened because the person who leads the group was invited by a talk show host in India, and they had a discussion, and suddenly everyone started watching his videos, and the channel kind of shot up in popularity, right? And like you said, the critical thinking group is actually looking into this matter, but what is happening more or less is a very structural, a very Straussian approach, if I may use that word, where people are trying to kind of break it down into whether this is real or not, rather than looking at it as a phenomena that happens in, right? So
Sure,
yeah,
and I understand that you're not taking that approach about whether it's true or not, but you're just looking at it as a sociological construct. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, so yeah, definitely there is definitely a back and forth between the critical thinking group and the actual ghost hunting that happens. And it's also quite interesting to observe that these ghost hunting that happens, while they are primarily and majorly based on urban legends, right? Urban legends in terms of, you know, the word of mouth narratives that goes on around about the diabolical. Most of these, a lot of these investigations do claim to be demonological, which is very different, because demonology is demonology is not synonymous to urban legends. Demonology is actually a corpus of knowledge which derives from the religious belief systems, right? So in demonology, you have, for instance, Lucifer is not your ghost from the abandoned building next to mine. Lucifer is the fallen angel who was considered to be, you know, diabolical due to the actions. Those are the things that demonology deals with. You have your 6 billion or so demons that has been mentioned in the King James's book. You have ways to you know, summon the demons and everything. But what's interesting to observe is when these paranormal investigations happen, they kind of take both of these urban legends and demonology synonymously. So they would go to a space and they would start calling out the apparent spirit or the apparent entity and expect it to respond, right? So it's kind of a very fluid as of knowledge system today without a proper, you know, structural understanding. So that is what my kind of end goal is with my PhD as well as postdoctorate, where I would want to have a proper knowledge system where people can understand how this entire corpus of knowledge works.
Yeah, it sounds great. It's certainly worth studying and bringing to light so people can understand it better. The difference too. Excuse me. Very interesting.
It builds on that idea of acceptance and acknowledgement, right? We all know what, like a lot of actually rich pagan traditions were lost because they were forcefully were thrown out of, you know, the cultural systems uh, by different bodies that kind of took over those cultural systems. So
colonialism had a large part, I'm sure, to play in that.
So that's the idea.
Thank you so much, Abhirav, for answering David's question. One more participant has question for you in the chat box, Omar. His question is that how can this momentum and chaos of paranormal contents be channeled into folklore so that it is not overwhelmed by other impurities and that we preserve the original heritage?
Should I answer it live right now? Is it okay?
Yeah, you can answer it.
So that's a brilliant question, Mr. Omar, because this is something that we who train as folklorists are constantly dealing with. Like I started my topic by talking about the oral literature and its transition to the frozen literature, where this notion of authenticity, the notion of original tale is, even as of today, we discuss it during our discussions and discourses, is what is original and what is an impurity. right? So a narrative about, let's say, a narrative about revenant that emerges in Japan. Revenants are essentially ghosts who come back from the dead to haunt you or for different purposes. So if there is a narrative about revenant that emerges from Japan, and a similar narrative emerges in India, and again in America, right? Which narrative do we call the pure narrative, and which narrative do we call the impure narrative? Because all these narratives will have the exact same properties, almost exact same properties. The person might have died out of a mishap or an accident, and they would have come back. The only thing that differs is the cultural context, right? So momentum of paranormal content can be looked at through folklore in the best possible way, because in folklore we do not only, as I was talking with Mr. David, that we do not only look into the Straussian idea or the parts idea of structures and mythemes, but we very specifically also bring in the context. The context brings in a lot of information. Context brings in a lot of meaning to any narrative that emerges. So this entire momentum can be channelized into through folklore, and not be like, to term it in the way you have asked the question, is to not be overwhelmed by the impurities, is to have the context of these narratives and therefore preserve the original heritage, because every narrative will have its originality in the context where it has emerged. So a Japanese onryo or a Japanese revenant will be exactly the same as Indian revenant or an American revenant, but will still be very different and original in its own sense. So that's how folklore kind of deals with, that's how trying to deal with the paranormal aspect through folklore like this. And I hope I have answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abhirup, for answering the questions. So moving ahead with the conference. So our last speaker, last presenter of the day is Maria Gracia Primangitias, School of Business and Management, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Groningen, Netherlands. Her topic is the relationship between corporate social responsibility and circular economy practices, a study of fashion firms in developing countries. You can read the abstract from the screen given. So moving ahead with her presentation, I would like to request Maria to present live.
Yeah, all right. Please give me a second. I will start sharing my screen. And yes. Okay. Is it now visible?
Yes,
my
it's
screen.
visible.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank you to Eurasia Research again for like the chance for me to present my research. And this was my undergraduate research, and this is also like very close to my heart. So I really relate to the previous presenter's sentiment about like his own research and how it is like something he holds dear to his heart. And it's also the same way I feel, because I feel like this is relevant in the context of my country. And it basically combines CSR and also circular economy in the context of fashion companies in developing countries, and how we can promote CSR practices that's oriented towards circular economy for developing countries. And first of all, moving to the introduction, if you see this label right now, and you notice that there's like a made in Indonesia statement, and this is also like a personal reason on why I decided to start this research, is because of my own experience, like growing in Indonesia and then seeing like all these clothes and all these like made in statements, and the fact that like I found almost all of them to be made also in developing countries close to my country. And I'm from Indonesia. Indonesia is part of ASEAN, and I definitely do see like a lot of labels such as like made in Vietnam, made in Thailand, for example. And yeah, like with this one, it says made in Indonesia, which leads me to the question like, why is it made in Indonesia? And also why are there like a lot of factories that produces goods that's like made in Indonesia, but then like that also leads me to like the question of why developing countries in particular, and that relates to my field of study, which is international business. And wait, yeah. So this began in a trend of offshoring production to developing countries ever since like the late 20th century, and companies realized that there are a lot of potential benefits to this. Like not only that it enables cost cutting for companies, and therefore they can add more values to the products that they're selling, but also because it creates a potential job opportunities for people in developing countries. I know that, for example, with Indonesia, we're like the fourth largest population in the world, and therefore we do a lot of the human resources in Indonesia do face struggles finding a job. So this theoretically would be like a win-win solution, right? However, there are non-economic costs involved. So for example, like the workers' livelihood were very minimal. There's a use of child labor, and the use of extremely low wages, because like a lot of people couldn't find work, so they are willing to work for the most minimal wages. There's also like the problem of poor waste management, and also because the governments have lax regulation regarding these, and also excessive water use, excessive water consumption. And this is where the concept of CSR, which this is the definition that I use, is the formal and informal ways in which businesses make a contribution to improve governance, social, ethical, labor, and environmental conditions of the developing countries in which they operate, while remaining sensitive to like the current prevailing religious, historical, and cultural context, comes into play to try to redress the damage done to the developing countries in which they produce that. However, the point of this paper is to say that just CSR is not enough. This is where the circular economy comes in. And circular economy is basically like a step away from a linear economy that assumes that we have infinite resources, for example, we will always have land, or like we can throw an infinite amount of waste into the sea, which is definitely not the case. And this eliminates that assumption by trying to reduce, reuse, and recycle and recover materials in all stages of production at various levels, such as on a product level, or on a company level, on consumer level, or like on larger levels, such as like city, nation, and like probably inter-country collaboration. And the aim of circular economy is to operationalize sustainable development into more implementable steps. And this is the link of the current link between CSR and circular economy in the literature. So the most recent paper is by Moria et al. 2021. It researched the cosmetic industry in large multinational companies, and this paper analyzed the CSR report that these companies publishes, and they use the 9R model for the circular economy concept, which is basically an expansion of reduce, reuse, recycle, but there's like more points in there. And in that paper, they report that 7 multinational cosmetic companies show similar CSR strategies and are on average oriented towards circularity. But the thing is, only less than half are considering to change their actual business model. And some other researchers have also like published works that relate these two concepts together. So for example, in the healthcare industry, there's Dow et al. 2019, agriculture industry, there's Fortunati et al. 2020, and there are like review articles on circular economy and CSR, which is by Delbado and Angela and Opferkush et al. That helps serve as a theoretical basis in this merging of two concepts. And according to Delbaldo and Angela, the previous previous paper contributions have not investigated relationship between CSR, between circular economy in relation to CSR. And both Amato et al. And Kircher et al. Both 2017, they point out that within CE and other contexts, there's not really yet an aspect, something that considers the societal impact of it all. And this is where I believe CSR can come in and contribute to the concept of CE so that it becomes more socially relevant, which I will explain in my findings later. And this is a conceptual framework, and basically this is the outcome of reading papers. And for this research, this figure explains, for example, what are the components of linear economy, which is the economy that that assumes that we have unlimited we have an infinite amount of resources to use. We just produce, we use, and we dismiss those products. And this definition of circular economy that I use, the circular economy can be defined as two things, which is our perspective. We reduce the use of resources. We reuse materials as much as possible, recycle waste, and then also recover waste. But also systems perspective means like what level are we doing it at? So for example, in a micro level and a product level, or meso, for example, in a consumer level, or macro level, which is like in a country level. And also with CSR, there's like 5 elements. So there's a stakeholder element to it, environmental, social, voluntariness, and economic. And CSR is motivated by 2 drivers, which can be from external drivers like supply chain, international standards, or activism from stakeholders, or promises of investment. But also there's internal drivers from within the companies, of which governance gaps, crisis response, market access, cultural traditions, political reform, or socio-economic priorities. And both circular economy and sustainable development are connected. Both circular economy and corporate social responsibility are connected by sustainable development. And then sustainable development is something to reach sustainability, and in both cases, sustainable development consists of social, environmental, and economic aspects of it. And so this is the methodology I use, and the previous conceptual framework guides the creation of these interview questions and coding framework. So the way I did it was that I interviewed 4 people, and then I selected them using non-probability purposive sampling. I outlined the kind of people that I'm looking for. So ideally business owners, and ideally companies with a larger size of like more than 1,000 people. However, due to technical difficulties of getting in touch with those, I managed only to obtain like interviewees who owns fashion companies of below 1,000 people as employees. And I use also past research as a guideline of like how many people to interview. Like there are, for example, in the Moria et al., there's like 7 samples, but also in other papers there's like 3 and 4. So that's how it came to 4. And then the structure of the type of interview itself is semi-structured, which means it has the benefit of both structured and non-structured interview. So this interview questions guideline that you see right here is something that I have pre-written before the interview according to the conceptual framework. However, when it comes to the interview itself, I also do let the stories of the interviewees kind of guide where the conversation is heading. So within like one interview and another, I may ask additional follow-up questions. For example, if they have an implementation of circular economy that I would like to hear more of, that's when I would ask them follow-up questions regarding to that. But and also this paper uses both inductive and deductive approach, which is shown in the next slide. the next slide, I mean, and this is just like an outline to give you guys context of the interviewees, in the interviews that I managed to get in touch of. They're all CEO and founder of their own fashion companies. Then there's like a variety of country of origin, in developing countries, and there's multiple years of being in business. Some of it is like very very new, like single person run brand, but and even one is like the one from India, I think it's like already quite prominent. It has an established website and everything, and so like all of these are interesting cases to look at. And this is the data analysis, and this is the coding framework I was talking about before. And this was developed both deductively from the preliminary literature review in chapter 2, but also inductively along the course of the analysis. So what it means is that if I look at the interview question, and then if I look at the interview results, and then new things, new findings come up, then I will also not eliminate that possibility. And this is also a methodology that Kircher et al. 2017 used, and this coding framework is also actually a combination of theories from Kircher 2017, Pfister 2009, and Dahlstrup 2008. And hopefully this also improves the construct validity of this research according to Maruster 2013. And this is also the other part of the coding framework that I developed, and these are the citation of the respective authors. And so basically this is the finding. And if you look at this table, I use the 4R framework and also systems perspective as I've depicted in my in the literature framework. And also I've shown the CSR definition that is correlated with this circular economy elements. And the table before displays theoretical links between circular economy and CSR in the form of correlation table, also the approach that Moria et al. Used in their studies. And first of all, reducing is the most mentioned by interviewees as the approach, as the consciousness CSR actions that all of these fashion firms take to support their sustainable development goals. However, there's a concern that they brought up, which is that reducing is this paper also answers the concern of reducing being lost in prominence in recent literature. However, like this paper answers the concern because this is the most mentioned element out of all the circular economy elements by the people that I interviewed. And because because their firms are also social fashion firms in a way. So in a way, this is already integrated within the company's goals to establish in establishing the businesses themselves. And also reducing correlates with the environmental, social, economic, and voluntariness dimension of CSR. And firms also cite that reasons for reducing resource use and reducing possible waste on the consumers, and as well is also related to social dimension, because, for example, them limiting the number of collection that they produce in the seasons is also means less pressure on the consumers to keep shopping for new clothes or trending clothes, for example, as confirmed by Neal and Moore 2015, which is that the more you put out new collections, the more that it's also devaluing consumers' money, for example, and at the same time you're creating a problem for the environment. And this is according to interviewee A. And also there's benefits of reducing consumption and possible ways relates with the economic dimension of CSR, because it means an area where firms can also cut costs. And this is confirmed by interviewee B that says that he actually preferred not to dye the products because dyeing materials dyeing materials also cause it to shrink. So not only is that an economic decision, but also it's a decision that has environmental outcome. And also reusing materials correlates with environmental, social, economic, and voluntariness dimension of CSR, and is also enabled by the 3 fashion business models that this paper identified, which are rental, resale platform, a return for store credit model. And this is a finding that's uncovered through interviews in which the companies, although there's still ongoing progress, they all agree that in the future they would like to transition to a type of rental platform in which they're going to put out collections. However, it's going to be in a limited number, and instead and then at a price point where if you want to buy it, that would be more expensive, but it's also available in the form of rental platform. But also years down the road, when it's already worn down, they offer they offer the option of returning it to the store, and then also obtaining credit for that. And that's identified in interviewee A and B, who cites that that's a future model that they would like to pursue. And this rental and resale platforms enable reusing clothes, so it can promote product service shift and support the transition of the fashion industry to become more circular and less burden on the environment. And these models are related to fulfilling the social dimension, and because it makes the products more accessible for like consumers to buy at a lower price. And lastly, recycling also involves like turning scraps of clothing waste into new products, both fashion and non-fashion, with added value, according to Kircher. And this element of circular economy relates to all dimension of CSR. And recovering, which is like the last element, is found the least in all the paper, and which is a finding that Kircher 2017 also supports, because 3R framework consists of reduce, reuse, recycle, and recycle is the most common found framework in circular economy dimensions. But all dimensions correlate with the voluntariness, because none of the firms cite regulatory reasons for reducing resource consumption or reducing possible waste. So so this is also like where future research may come into play, is to analyze bigger companies and what motivates their actions to participate in CSR. And that also relates to circular economy, because with these smaller firms, that's still like very much a social enterprise, very much a passion project for like the people who own them. So that's an area of future research to explore. And another finding that's quite interesting is the community-based CSR. This is also like a coding that is not within the coding framework initially, but it's quite interesting, I think, because this is a type of community-based CSR that's identified in 3 of the fashion firms, A, B, and A, C, and D. And the owner basically established these communities, and the members are people who interact with the company, meaning buyers who are interested in the circularity. And characteristics that's found in the community based on interviewee B and D. First of all, like these communities aim to collaborate with local government, because this allows for more mobility in terms of like political capital, and also they aim to gain funding, which is both parties echo like this sentiment, and they operate to proliferate members' passion in fashion. So for example, by providing networking and connection. So for example, with interviewee B, he says that this community allows like students, underprivileged students who previously have not had access to learn much about fashion, but in here they're allowed to learn about fashion. But not only that, but also to connect with like-minded people. And for example, there are already like some talks of circular business ideas that result out of like those discussions within the community themselves. And also these communities promote the reuse of materials and they repurpose it for community empowerment. So for example, in an interview we see that is mentioned, basically what she's doing is that she turns the clothing scraps into dolls, and then those dolls are then sold again to people, and then the income is used for community empowerment of these of vulnerable stakeholders. So for example, girls who are underprivileged in their education, and it's being used to donate to that area. And also these communities have related classes to circular economy. So for example, interviewee D, one of the things she mentioned was that she has a class to show how to turn like household waste or like production waste, because she produces clothing out of she produces clothing out of food scraps. And like she is like holding classes to show people how she can turn like those waste, like which is normally like a household waste, into something that's more useful. So for example, fertilizer or biogas related. And these findings on community base being used to proliferate a goal is also confirmed by Cornelius, who confirms that small medium-sized enterprises may proliferate circular economy on a regional level or mesosystem perspective, and that the Kircher paper has not managed to prove. So in conclusion, so maybe this is an interesting thing to look at, that we are using community-based CSR to proliferate circular economy, and then and that community will also like be the place where people ask questions, for example, and then grow together while still being able to explore fashion. And futurist research may also want to explore different types of companies, since like the ones I managed to interview are small medium enterprises. Some identify as social enterprises in developing countries, and it means there's no formal documentation of CSR. Maybe we could look at in the future, if I do a master's program, we could look at the companies with more formal CSR documentation, but also may want to look into researching companies with formal CSR in developing countries, which is tricky because at least in Indonesia, I don't think we have like any regulations clearly specifying that, but maybe it's for future progress. So, and anyway, thank you all for listening, and if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria, for your presentation. Participants having any questions related to my presentation, they can ask her. So moving ahead with the conference. So this brings us to the end of the conference. I would like to thank you all for joining the conference. With great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude that the conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smoothly running conference with interesting presentations. This conference has resulted in good discussions and networking opportunities. I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and patient listeners, to the coordinators and the whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would also like to thank all the universities and institutes who have sponsored their participants and people who have directly or indirectly contributed to the smooth conduct of this conference. Thank you all. These are some of our upcoming conferences. So Eurasia Research conducts conferences around the world. In the month of September and October, we are organizing conferences in London, Rome, Istanbul, Athens, Budapest, Lisbon, Istanbul, and Dubai. So you can refer the conferences to your friends and colleagues. I would like to ask for feedback from the participants who are here. Maria, would you like to give your opinion or feedback for the conference?
I don't have a feedback specifically, but I remember encountering technical difficulties, and the organizer, Dr. Flora Charles, was super fast in responding, and so that really helped with the process of me being able to present in this online conference. So yeah, I just wanted to like say thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Anur, would you like to add something?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much that you gave a chance, opportunity to participate in this conference. And I've participated in your previous conferences, as in May in Berlin International Conference, and I was chosen as an eminent speaker, as you know, and it was very great chance to exchange with our experiences, with research works, and also I also want to say to thank for every participant in this conference, and also all the presentations were very best, and thank you for everyone.
Thank you so much, Anur. David, would you like to add something?
Yeah, just thank you very much for your hard work and the other organizers' work and all the other presenters, of course. And I wasn't aware of this conference beforehand, so I'll definitely be checking out some of the other conferences, associated conferences around the world. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Abiru, would you like to add something?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share my work, and also to all the other presenters here. And great work by Eurasia. It's wonderful that the way you guys conduct the conference, and especially as Dr. Flora Charles, she was brilliant in responding to all the emails and queries, and has been really helpful. So yeah,
Thank you so much.
Great.
Thank you so much, Abiru. Omar, would you like to add something? Omar El Blidi. Could you please turn on your camera?
Okay, I have some problem with my camera, but I will try to be as clear as possible. So it was an excellent conference, more than can be praised, and those in charge of it were wonderfully cooperative and passionate, and interventions were really rich and interesting. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Omar, and thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of this conference. We are really pleased to have you here, and thank you. So this brings us to the end of the conference. Thank you, everyone, and have a great day ahead.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Have a great day too. Bye, David.